want to keep it in good shape. So once we put that fire out, once we put that fire alarm out, we're going to work on rebuilding that house, getting you back to where you want to be, and then our goal is to maintain that wellness.
As always, it's no twisting, no cracking, no popping. You use that special tool to make the adjustments?
Absolutely. Very gentle, very specific. We use that tool to make all the adjustments once you start walking all the way up to your great-great-grandma.
Connect Chiropractic in Wauwatosa, Delafield, and now Oak Creek. Get started online anytime at Go Connect Chiro. That's GoConnectChiro.com.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom-quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Fabulous Farm Bay Pam Yankee here reminding you, listen to the Midwest Farm Report on WTMJ.com or anywhere you download your podcasts. Brought to you by Tyson's Home Farm Auto with locations in Jefferson and soon in Ripon. Visit THEISENS.com.
So how is that possible? 1.9% real estate commission? There must be something you're not telling me.
I hear that a lot. The truth is, everybody could do it, but they choose not to because folks keep paying more than they have to. I guess they just haven't heard yet that Century 21 Benefit Realty can make that 1.9% real estate commission promise on the sale of your home and stick to it. So I'd like to think that's going to make your decision easy. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated. You only get one chance to make a first impression, and that goes double for your home listing, because that's how you're going to get the most value. By having a customized marketing plan specific to your property with professional photos, global marketing, and the built-in experience that Century 21 Benefit Realty has brought to the table since 2004. And being joined with Century 21 just makes all of the above stand out that much more. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Since 1946, Ansay & Associates has provided insurance to help secure businesses and families throughout Wisconsin. With custom coverage and superior customer service, Ansay & Associates can provide all of your insurance needs. Visit ansay.com today and get a free consultation with one of our strategists. Or come see us in person at any of our local offices. Ansay & Associates, securing and protecting your American dream.
Looking for an e-bike? Shop Wheel and Sprocket and find rows and rows of bikes in a bunch of different styles and colors for you to see, touch, feel, and even test ride.
Visit wheelandsprocket.com for a location near you.
Life is short. Enjoy your ride.
Breaking news as it happens. Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Six o'clock. I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Friday, August 22nd. Our top story, FEMA back at work in southeast Wisconsin.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Panic on campus after a shooting hoax.
I'm Debbie Lazago, looking pretty good across the entire area. I'm not seeing really any delays, just a couple of broken down vehicles that are well out of traffic, not really causing any problems where they are. We've got full freeway speeds across the rest of the system. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast for today. Beautiful, mostly sunny and a high of 80 degrees. Slight chance of a shower or isolated thunderstorm tonight. Low down to 66. Right now it's 63 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Day 2 of FEMA at work in Wisconsin. Federal workers assessing damage from the severe flooding this month in the southeast part of our state.
The FEMA teams are going door to door in 3 counties: Milwaukee, Waukesha, and Washington. They're trying to talk with families to better understand the impact of our historic flooding.
We're asking them questions. How much water was in their home? Are they unable to live in their home because of the damage that was sustained?
FEMA Rep Cassie Cohn says if you're not home, that's okay. They're just trying to get a snapshot of the flooding's impact to see whether federal aid is needed.
So by understanding the amount of water in people's homes, whether they were able to pay for the repairs or not, that helps us understand, okay, if there's no other resources available, then potentially federal assistance might be needed.
Jessica Ty, WTMJ News.
TMJ4's Charles Benson tells WTMJ that homeowners seeking immediate flood relief funds have been told to stay patient as the process plays out.
We're still a couple steps away from that financial aid arriving in Milwaukee if the president declares the county a disaster, and then that's when the process can begin, where people can start applying for that financial help. But in talking to people, they need that now. They want this now, so this process seems very frustrating for
FEMA
them.
is expected to be in Milwaukee and in southeast Wisconsin for the next few days.
Big donation to help repair flooded Wauwatosa Hart Park. The Tosa Foundation gifting $1 million to the recovery effort there. The stadium, parking lot facilities, green space heavily damaged in the floods. City of Wauwatosa says some portions of the park did reopen Thursday, including the pedestrian bridge. Timelines on other park amenities reopening. You can see that up on our website, WTMJ.com.
Hurricane Erin is now a Category 1 storm as it churns hundreds of miles off the East Coast. CBS correspondent Jared Hill.
Large waves slam into New York and New Jersey beaches as Erin barrels north.
Unfortunately, it's putting a damper on the end of the summer, but it's cool to come here and see the waves.
Swimming bans are in effect along the East Coast. Floodwaters already covering streets in Ocean City, New Jersey, where the governor has declared a state of emergency.
This is a little bit worse than I thought it was going to be at this point.
Further north in Massachusetts, rough seas disrupted ferry service to Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard.
It's pretty choppy out there.
The storm moved away from Virginia and North Carolina Thursday, but the danger there is still not over as strong surf and floods linger.
Storm is expected to become a tropical storm as it moves toward Nova Scotia.
The father of the Abundant Life Christian School shooter will be allowed to attend his daughter's celebration of life.
A Dane County judge ruled that Jeffrey Rupp now can attend the service, even if members of the school are also there. His bail requirements prohibit him from coming into direct contact with the school, but don't restrict him from communicating with individuals affiliated with it. The judge also ruled that Rupp now must continue wearing an ankle monitor. Rupp now faces several felonies for allegedly giving his daughter access to the guns used in the shooting. Natalie Rupp now shot and killed a teacher and a student and wounded 6 others before turning the gun on herself in December. Jessica Gatzo, WTMJ News.
A cruel hoax of false reports of an active shooting at Villanova University led to panic on campus and temporary lockdowns as students moved on campus to kick off their fall semesters. Neville Tapper is the father of a Villanova student and says he was paralyzed with fear when his daughter reached out and told him she was across campus under lockdown.
Well, it's the longest hour. I mean, I was very, very nervous, nerve-wracking. I tell my daughter to turn her phone off and put her phone on vibrate and just text no answering so no one could hear a voice inside the room.
Now, police say someone in Pennsylvania called 911 reporting a shooting at the law building with at least one victim, prompting students to receive texts ordering them to hide and barricade the doors. It was a false report.
Public remembrance is set for the Metro Atlanta police officers who was killed during the shooting at the Centers for Disease Control earlier this month.
Today's public memorial service for DeKalb County Police Officer David Rose follows a private family funeral held over the weekend. Rose was killed when confronting the gunman outside of the CDC. County officials say the service is about reflecting on his legacy, which they say shines through in his police academy graduation speech.
The badge we will wear isn't just a piece of metal. It's a symbol of trust, of duty, of sacrifice.
Seating is first come, first served, and members of the public are being asked to come early to get through a security screening. Jonathan O'Brien for CBS News, Atlanta.
Coming up, one denied, one more hearing to go. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 6:05.
The pulse of the Milwaukee Bucks, straight from a Bucks legend.
Can't get it off. Marcus Johnson will, though. You can't leave him alone for a 12.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson on Bucks Plus. Marcus and his son Chris offer a weekly beat on Bucks basketball. Get your questions answered and hear from the biggest names in basketball. Find Here District with Marcus Johnson at bucks.com/plus on the Bucks app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A buck doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin. The buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Hey, John Mercure here for CertaPro Painters. They painted our house, the outside of the house, fantastic. They did the parts in the sun, the parts in the shade, the parts on the north side, the parts on the south side. They paid attention to detail the whole way. They went the extra mile all day long. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C for your home or your business. They do both. They pay a lot of attention. They took a lot of time with our house, and it looks absolutely perfect. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. They're the real deal. They're the best in the business. It's CertaPro Painters.
Hey, value shoppers, Fleet Farm's having another 3-day bucket sale. Here's how it works. Pick up a 5-gallon Fleet Farm bucket for only $3.99. Then save 15% on everything you can fit inside. That's right. Any qualifying items that fit in the bucket are 15% off. So stop in and save during Fleet Farm's bucket sale, August 22nd through the 24th. And check out even more deals in our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Looking for better sleep? Helix Sleep's award-winning mattresses are now at Steinhafels, so you can try before you buy. Get 20% off all Helix mattress orders. Visit steinhafels.com to learn more. Better sleep starts now with Helix and Steinhafels.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:08.
Brewers back home tonight after stealing one more from the Cubs. We've got sports at 6:15.
The battle over voting maps continues to heat up as California Democrats are now pushing ahead on their battle to redraw their own maps, even as Republicans push back. ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
California Governor Gavin Newsom signing 2 redistricting bills Thursday afternoon, bringing the redistricting showdown to California voters in a November special election. The measures in response to Republican efforts in Texas to redraw its state congressional district maps and pick up 5 additional House seats ahead of the midterm elections. California Republicans pushing back on the projected $200 million cost for a special election.
Leaders from other states like New York and Illinois are now also eyeing similar moves as California.
Lyle Menendez gets his turn before California Parole Board today, day after his brother Erik was denied.
The board ruled Erik still poses an unreasonable risk to public safety 36 years after he and his brother killed their parents. It found Erik has smuggled drugs in prison, been violent, and used a cell phone. Defense attorney Lou Shapiro.
They're looking for infractions like that. If they don't see a model citizen prisoner, it's their first time asking for parole, they're going to be tough on you, even if your last name is Menendez.
Erik will have to wait 3 years for his next parole hearing. As for his brother's hearing today,
it's not very encouraging for Lyle Menendez, given what happened to Erik.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Coming up, what it will take for federal relief to be granted to Wisconsin. That story next on Wisconsin's Morning News. Staying active, essential for overall health. Proper medical support, essential for staying active. WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Whether it's keeping a weekend warrior like me on the tennis court or keeping young athletes in the game, you want the best in sports medicine, that's OAW. Surgeons, nurses, and physical therapists help you recover from injury, avoid injury in the future, and enhance performance. Get care 7 days a week. Walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic or book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
Hey, Wisconsin, come explore with us. Tired of scrolling through travel feeds? It's time to make your own postcard. Fox World Travel is throwing a free vacation showcase just for you. Chat directly with the dream makers from Viking, Royal Caribbean, Insight Vacations, and more. We're talking beyond the brochures. Think insider secrets, unforgettable destinations, and deals you won't find anywhere else. Join us Saturday, September 20th at the unforgettable EAA Museum in Oshkosh. Register online at foxworldtravel.com today.
This week's featured business on the Home Improvement Showcase, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is Comfort Awnings. ComfortAwnings.com.
Checking in with Debbie here on the Morning Drive.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good right now. We're seeing full freeway speeds across the entire area. No major incidents really to speak of. Everything seems to be rolling along just fine. Scratch that. We do have one accident that just popped up. Got 94 northbound right at the ramp from Highway G as you're leaving Racine County. It's off on the right shoulder, though, so squads are with it. Looks like it's a semi and another car. I'm Debbie Lozga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast for today, mostly sunny and warmer. Temperatures top out near 80 degrees. A cold front drops through southeastern Wisconsin tonight. We'll hold on to a slight chance of a shower, isolated clap of thunder. Mostly cloudy with lows in the mid-60s. After a slight chance of rain in the morning, it's increasing sunshine, breezy. Highs will top out in the upper 70s, but boy, does it start to feel cooler. Sunday and Monday, sunny and a bit different. Highs in the upper 60s and low 70s. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
63 in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
You may get a knock on the door today from federal officials still surveying flood damage in southeast Wisconsin.
Happening today.
Federal Emergency Management Agency will get back to work again today. They're visiting neighborhoods. They're touring the estimated tens of millions of dollars in damage to homes, to businesses, to communities from that historic flooding earlier this month.
We are going door to door, knocking on doors, trying to talk to residents to better understand the impacts of the event on their home. We're asking them questions. How much water was in their home? Have they been, are they unable to live in their home because of the damage that was sustained? What sort of losses did they have in their homes? We just want to get a picture of what that impact was.
So that's a spokeswoman for FEMA. She is here in Milwaukee. She joined Greg and Jessica on Wisconsin's Midday News just as those agents were starting to hit the streets for the first time. So we talked yesterday, Milwaukee County is coordinating. But FEMA is telling us there are 6 teams, one each assigned to Waukesha and Washington counties, another 4 teams working on surveying the damage in Milwaukee County.
All right. Plenty of places to look at.
What we want locally is for President Trump to ultimately declare this a federal disaster, which frees up all kinds of money for homeowners who are facing huge bills as they're repairing this damage. There are other steps included for businesses and municipalities that are unrelated to what's happening right now. But what do they need to see from us in order for us to get this declaration?
We are looking at a number of factors. There is no set dollar amount. There's no threshold that needs to be met. Really what our teams look at is, are there recovery resources already available from state and local governments, potentially private sector or nonprofit organizations? Or is there a gap that federal assistance may need to fill? We want to also understand, are there uninsured losses that people have sustained? What is the extent, severity, and magnitude of those losses? Will it take a long time to recover? And what is needed to help that recovery? And are federal resources needed for that recovery? That is really what we're out here trying to understand.
So after they complete their review, agents expected to be on the ground into next week. They'll be sending their findings on to the state of Wisconsin, and Governor Evers would need to formally request the disaster declaration. So this is not happening tomorrow. It's a slower process and slower than many would like.
There's not even really any timeline established.
So we are doing the work to get there, and that is ongoing today. 6:14, sports up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing, too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
I can save you at least $2,000. Important savings right now with everything going on. Vince Vitrano here for my team at USA Insulation, where Jeff is still offering that minimum savings of $2,000 on your insulation project of $5,000 or more. You might have damage to your insulation, particularly if your basement is insulated or other parts of your home that took a lot of water. So it may be time to replace it anyway. Let's get in touch with USA Insulation. Here's the best part about some of those savings, because there are government programs that pay for energy efficiency projects. It's not something where you pay out of pocket up front and then bump around the internet trying to get your rebate. Jeff and his team do the work for you. They discount the cost of your project. Find out how much they can save you and how much more you'll save on heating and cooling. USA Insulation, that's usainsulation.net.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The 80-win Brewers are back home, sitting 7 games up in the NL Central.
Pitch home. Fly ball to right. Tucker is back. Tucker's still back and gone. Bryce Terang, a 2-run home run to give the Brewers the lead.
Terang has just been on a tear. That set the tone. He had 2 more hits yesterday. Isaac Collins with a huge 2-run single in the 8th. The Brewers win 4-1. Quinn Priester didn't get the win, but the Brewers are 15-0 anytime he takes the mound since May 30th. So just throw him out there. You're going to win the game. So after the 5-game series, the Brewers leave Chicago, losing just 1 game in the standings. So they now lead by 7 in the Central, with the Cubs holding the tiebreaker. Quinn Priester.
We just keep continuing to play our game. I think we're going to keep positioning ourselves in a good spot within the division and within hopefully the playoff standings.
So up next, big weekend series at home against the Giants. Big weekend. Tonight is a Stranger Things night. Oh, okay. So got Stranger Things tonight.
I was going to the game anyway for the baseball.
Ooh, you'll also get to
Right.
enjoy this.
Okay.
Saturday is the John Axford Day, of course, the legendary closer from 2011. And then, of course, Sunday's the big one, Bob Uecker Day, as the Brewers honor Mr. Baseball. General Manager Matt Arnold joined us on Thursday.
Celebrating the life of Bob is something you can't just capture in one day, but our group has done a great job pulling together some really cool things for that day, and I really hope everybody has a chance to spend the day with us.
Again, Brewers are wanting everyone in their seats by 12:15 on Sunday. We will be carrying most, if not all, of that coverage beforehand on the Brewers radio network here on WDTMJ Radio. The Master of Ceremonies, Bob Costas, and Costas will join us right here on Wisconsin's Morning News around 8:20 this morning, 2 hours from now.
Packers and Seahawks finish out the preseason with their game Saturday in Green Bay. Had one of these joint practices on Thursday. It was open to fans, and it got pretty chippy out there. Fans posting video of a fight that broke out on the field. There were actually a couple of them.
What's that sign, sir? No fighting. What's it mean? No fighting.
This post on Instagram from The Athletic's Matt Schneidman, who was covering it. Another skirmish well after practice. Elton in the middle, and LaFleur was not happy at Jenkins. Leonard Williams told Nate Hobbs he didn't know who he was, and Keyshawn Nixon told someone they're talking crazy for a bald person. And that's how training camp ends.
Excellent.
What an epic tweet. It was all nice with the Seahawks and the Packers fans before the skirmishing. That's Greg Bell. He's a sports writer for the News Tribune out of Tacoma, Washington, in town covering things. He was posting video of fans lining up, begging Seahawks players to ride their bikes before practice. So they go at it Saturday, 3 p.m. kick at Lambeau Field to close the preseason competition.
In honor of Uke and Sunday's big day, we'll look back at the calls that were. Next.
It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside Resorts and Spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
Vince Vitrano for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Did you know the company gets its name from where it was born, Pella, Iowa, investing in the innovative roll screen back in 1925. That's one of these screens that roll away so you don't have to look at it when you're not using it. Well, they've been at it for a century now, has Pella, introducing the world to these innovative, game-changing designs. So when you want long-lasting comfort and reliability, which who doesn't, easy to trust Pella. All of their materials specifically constructed for you, for your home, designed with innovation, and tested for quality and performance. So the Pella team really takes pride in constructing these quality windows and doors, meticulous attention to detail. So when you invest in new Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin products, it creates long-term energy savings. You know you want that, and You know the durability, so it's going to last 4 years. Here's the deal right now. You order by the end of the month, August 31st, 0% interest on your financing for up to 5 years. Get started now at PellaWI.com.
Imagine that unbelievable new deck in your backyard. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck builder. Building new decks and replacing old ones, creating that $1 million feeling every time you relax in your own backyard. Looking for a company to make your backyard scream wow? Stop by Outdoor Living Unlimited's resourceful Waukesha showroom and visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Checking in with Debbie here on the Morning Drive.
All right, looking pretty good for the most part. We do have a crash on northbound 94 just at the ramp from Highway G. It's off on the right shoulder. Squad's with it, so it's not in traffic, so you should be okay. I'm not seeing really any other delays around the area, and no real other incidents that are going to cause too much of an issue. Broken down vehicle southbound 43 at about Locust off on the right shoulder might be a little bit of a hiccup, but at this point, I'm not seeing any kind of reactions to that. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish roof update. Hopefully it's roof open. We have a slight chance of a shower isolated thunderstorm overnight with a low down to 66 after our high under mostly sunny skies of 80 degrees. For Saturday, slight chance of a shower early in the morning, then mostly sunny, breezy, high 78. Sunday's high 72 under mostly sunny skies. Right now, 63 in Milwaukee.
In honor of Sunday's big day at AmFam Field, Bob Uecker Day, as they celebrate the life of Mr. Baseball, we thought we should bring it back, right?
Yeah.
Give it a replay, if you will.
This is an appetizer.
Yes, just a taste of what you're going to enjoy on Sunday.
A swing and a drive to center. Robin chasing. Long run. He's got it with a diving catch. And Nieves has made history here in Baltimore. And the Brewers have won. They are going to the playoffs. Banners are streaming down from the upper reaches of Miller Park. Oh, what a shot by Fielder. Look out. Here he comes. They're waiting at home plate for him. He took a running jump on the whole pile. He could have taken everybody down with him, and he almost did. He's ready and delivers. Morgan, a smash up the middle. Base hit to center. Here comes Miller. Around third. A throw, and the Brewers win. The Brewers are moving on. The pitch. Swinging fly to left. This should do it. Yelich is there. It's over. And the Brewers are Central Division champions. Ryan Braun sends it to left center and deep. Get up. Get out of here. Gone for Ryan Braun. He just hit a walk-off out of here. Here it is. Yelich knocks one to the gap in right center. This could be the one. He's going to be held to a double. He's trying for three. He's going to do it. Get down. He's in there. Wow. They're on their feet here. So are we. 5-4 Brewers in the ninth. 1-0. Swinging fly ball right center on the warning track at the wall. Leaping and caught by Lorenzo Cain. And this one is over. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
He just hit a walk-off out of here. That didn't take long at all. Get up, get out of here and gone. Get up in that upper deck, get out of here and gone. How do you top this one? Holy cow, do you believe it? It is a very sad time for me. For I have been here as a fan, as a player, and for the last 30 years as a broadcaster. But tonight is the final curtain. It's time to say goodbye. We will never forget you for what was will always be. So long, old friend. And good night, everybody.
So the Brewers will have their special ceremony honoring Euchre, and we're told, in addition to the pregame festivities, there'll be stuff through the game.
Yeah.
Like, you'll know it's Bob Euchre Day at American Family Field. Bob Costas will lead some of those conversations on the field. He will be in town here in Milwaukee, and he's going to speak live with us on Wisconsin's Morning News. We're going to talk to Bob Costas about 8:20 this morning. News about your money this morning, WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Down day for the Dow. It was off 153 points to 44,786. NASDAQ at 21,100. That was down 73. And the S&P 500 down about 26 points. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Welcome to our Everyday Health feature, sponsored by the Freightert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network. Your blood vessels play a key role in keeping you healthy, also known as your vascular health. Unfortunately, problems with these vessels affect millions of Americans every year across all age groups. Here to tell us more about the importance of vascular health is Momodou Jama, a Freightert and the Medical College of Wisconsin vascular surgeon. Doctor, thank you so much for being here with us.
You're welcome.
Can you tell us about how vascular health impacts the entire body?
Your vascular system, the network of arteries, veins, and capillaries in your body, is essentially your transportation system for moving blood around your body. When these vessels are healthy, they efficiently deliver oxygen, nutrients, and immune cells to every organ and tissue. However, when vascular health is poor, it can affect nearly every part of your body.
And it does affect every part of your body. What are some common vascular diseases?
The most common vascular diseases include peripheral artery disease, which is the narrowing of the arteries due to plaque buildup, which can make it hard for blood to flow to the legs and feet. This often results in pain as well as difficulty with wound healing. Next is carotid artery stenosis, where plaque buildup inside the carotid artery and can break off and cause a stroke. An aortic aneurysm, which is a dangerous bulging of the body's main artery in the chest and abdomen that can burst if not treated. And finally, varicose veins, which are swollen and twisted veins, the ones you often see under your skin. When blood can't flow properly to your legs, brain, heart, or other organs, it can affect your entire body. That's why treating vascular disease in a timely fashion is important for your overall health.
Why should someone choose the Freightert and the Medical College of Wisconsin for their vascular services?
We have a team of specialists dedicated to treating vascular diseases, including vascular medicine specialists, vascular and cardiac surgeons, as well as interventional radiologists that provide care in eastern Wisconsin.
Dr. Jama, thank you for being with us today. For more information on vascular health, check out freightert.com/vascular.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes, redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. I mean, there's just such beauty in it, you know? If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
Or you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Conditions on the East Coast continuing to improve as Hurricane Erin heads out to sea. Lifeguards, however, still worrying about conditions that look good above water but are dangerous below when it comes to rip currents.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy declared a state of emergency for New Jersey yesterday, and beaches will be open, but swimming will still be off limits at many beaches in New York City, New Jersey, and here in Long Island.
ABC's Jaysha Patel. Extreme temperatures on the West Coast, the hot, dry conditions helping fuel a wildfire burning in Napa Valley. So far, it's grown to more than 2,000 acres and is 0% contained. Parole denied for Erik Menendez. His brother Lyle goes before the parole board today. Villanova University officials say a cruel hoax of false reports of an active shooting situation at the university on Thursday led to panic on campus and temporary lockdowns. As students moved onto campus to kick off their fall semesters, they're still looking for whoever did it. This is ABC News.
Still working on this accident northbound on 94 right at Highway G in Racine County. The right shoulder is blocked, so heads up with that. Other than that, really not seeing any other delays or incidents out there, so everything's looking good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 80 degrees under mostly sunny skies in your Storm Team forecast with a slight chance of a shower, maybe even an isolated thunderstorm overnight. Low down to 66. Right now it's 61. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the man found guilty of driving drunk and killing a 17-year-old girl in Waukesha last December will spend 15 years behind bars. Jason Zehe, his alcohol level was recorded at more than 3 times the legal limit when he crashed into Megan Voss's car. During his sentencing Thursday, Zehe expressed remorse.
My actions the night of the 30th were unexcusable and irreversible. I lay awake every night wishing things were different, wishing it was me who passed and not Megan.
5 other counts against Zehe dismissed in exchange for his guilty plea, homicide by intoxicated use of a vehicle and recklessly endangering safety.
A mother and her boyfriend in Fond du Lac get maximum sentences for sex trafficking the woman's daughter. Aaliyah Antonio will spend more than 30 years behind bars for trafficking her 12-year-old. Juan Roca Mejia will spend 40 years. Prosecutors say Mejia blindfolded and suffocated the 12-year-old in the back of a van before she was able to escape to a home nearby.
Decision, Wisconsin, from beer vendor to governor. Ryan Sterned announcing his campaign for governor Wednesday. Second Democrat to officially enter the race alongside Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez. Longtime vendor at American Family Field, Sterned tells WTMJ's Point Taken.
You know, I'm a citizen, and I've been rather annoyed on this us against them mentality. And, you know, I'll be more of a melting pot, so to speak, or I'll try to be. I mean, I know I'm not going to be able to please everyone. I'll say that. But, you know, I'll go in there. I'll get my hands dirty. But I want to see more things get done in the state of Wisconsin.
Sterned says he was previously a Republican, but switched parties to better represent his, quote, pro-employee beliefs.
A Wisconsin congressman helped save the life of an 11-year-old boy. While traveling through Iowa last weekend, Congressman Derek Van Orden says he sprang into action after a horrific crash using items from his own vehicle to help with medical aid. He joined Wisconsin's Afternoon News.
More and more people started showing up heroically. They were so awesome. I'm so proud to be American. And I asked if anybody had a knife. They handed me a carpet knife, and I cut the seat belts into pieces long enough to make tourniquets. So we made a tourniquet for his arm and one for his leg, and that stopped the bleeding completely, which is what had to happen.
Van Orden says he visited the boy in the hospital a few days later and said he was in stable condition.
Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department honoring retirees of the force at a first-of-its-kind event.
The event was planned by a community action committee. Deputy Charles Braden tells WTMJ.
We had reached out to our retirees, started organizing some of this stuff, and it's important to hear from them because we haven't been here long. And so to hear people that have been on the agency 7, 8, 10 years prior to us is important to help bring this together.
The committee also planned the second annual National Night Out, which immediately followed. The goal of that is community engagement and awareness of resources. Elizabeth Linton and WTMJ News.
Coming up, is it time to start paying attention to this? Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:35.
Traffic is sponsored by the famous Fox and Hounds restaurant near Holy Hill.
Buy one dinner, get one free tonight at the historic Fox and Hounds Supper Club, including steak and lobster. And desserts are buy one, get one free. Tables are open, foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. Accunet Mortgage is an equal housing lender, NMLS ID 255368.
Patrick and Monica initially chose a bank to get pre-approved and provide financing for the purchase of their first home. But they were getting a bad feeling when a week after their offer was accepted, the bank still hadn't locked in their rate, nor had the appraisal been ordered.
Monica shared her concerns with a friend who happened to be a multi-time Accunet client. That led to Monica connecting with one of our senior loan consultants the same day, and after gathering some information and reviewing options, we locked in their rate right then and there with loan costs $3,600 lower than what the bank had quoted. The appraisal was ordered right away too, and the loan closed on time just 3 weeks later. We also noticed an oversight in the contract that led to a $3,000 credit from the seller. You can get a generic pre-approval and average or worse service from a bank, or you can get the kind of fast service, advice, attention to detail, and savings that made Monica and Patrick Accunet's latest raving fans. All you got to do to get started is click on the blue button at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
It's summer now, but you know what's coming down the pike? Yup, cold weather and high heating bills. Gene Miller here, and now is a great time to order new windows from my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. With national brands like Anderson, Pella, Marvin, and Softlight, Hometown can offer replacement windows that fit every home, style, and budget. Whether you're looking for wood, Fibrex, fiberglass, or vinyl, Hometown has a product for you. August is Marvin month. Call or stop in to win a Yeti cooler. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:36.
Where the Brewers stand in the division this morning as they return to American Family Field Sports at 6:45. I don't recall what our standard is on this, E.
Oh, yeah, because we usually try to hit a mark before we start reporting on it, right?
We're paying attention to the big lotteries. You've got the Mega Millions and the Powerball, whose jackpots can soar north of $1 billion. We've seen that. Powerball is now nearly $750 million.
I mean, that's pretty high.
I mean, it used to be back in the day when it got over 200 million. You'd be like, oh, yeah, right. Yeah. And then they changed some things to make the jackpots. It made it harder to win, so the jackpots would be bigger, so that we would talk about it, so that people would buy the tickets, yada, yada, yada. And here we follow suit. Estimated jackpot growing to $700 million. Good Morning America breaking down what that number looks like for the winner.
This is the 11th largest jackpot in Powerball history. And if you're lucky enough to get the winning ticket and are the only winner, you would take home a lump sum of about $316 million. But that is before taxes. Oh. After taxes, you walk away with about 25% less.
Okay, so you'll be okay, though.
It's all right. I mean, you can get away with it.
Odds in winning 1 in 292 million.
You're more likely to go to the ER for a pogo stick-related injury or become the president of the United States.
Okay.
Yet, many of us will go.
Yes, we will, of course.
Buy that ticket. So tomorrow night is the next drawing for the Powerball.
Dream a little dream with me. Come on.
There's a lot of noise coming out of Washington these days, but one thing retirees in Wisconsin can't afford to ignore is the new Big Beautiful Bill. Sounds harmless, right? But here's the truth. The changes buried in this bill could have a serious impact on your retirement. At Drake & Associates, we've dug into the details, and we want to make sure you know what's really at stake. The Big Beautiful Bill includes sweeping updates to tax brackets, Social Security thresholds, Medicare premiums, and retirement account rules. And for many retirees, it could mean higher taxes on your savings, more limits on deductions, and unexpected changes to your income plan. Maybe you're already retired, or maybe you're just a few years away. Either way, what you don't know could cost you thousands. That's why we're offering Wisconsin residents a free educational guide to help you understand how the new bill may impact retirees and questions to discuss with your trusted financial advisor. Just text the word tax to 414-897-9522. That's tax, T-A-X, to 414-897-9522. You'll get immediate access to expert insights from the team at Drake & Associates, retirement planners who have been serving Wisconsin for over 20 years. We focus on tax-efficient retirement planning, helping you keep more of your money, avoiding surprises, and staying ahead of the curve no matter what Congress throws your way. So before the Big Beautiful Bill takes a bite out of your hard-earned savings, let's make sure your plan is designed to help prepare for uncertainty. Text TAX to 414-897-9522. That's TAX to 414-897-9522. Drake & Associates, helping build retirement confidence right here in Wisconsin.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Holtebeck Eye Center in Brookfield makes vision care a top priority. They are your premium provider for eye care and corrective eye surgeries. Learn more at holtebeck.com.
Traffic sponsored by Holtebeck Eye Center in Brookfield. Visit holtebeck.com. Debbie?
All right. Well, that accident on northbound 94 right about at Highway G has finally been cleared out of the way. So things are moving along just fine through there. Really, the only delays I'm seeing are on northbound 41 from just before Mayfair Road all the way up past North Avenue. That's really it. I haven't really seen any other delays elsewhere, so that's something to keep in mind. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast for today: sunny and warmer temperatures top out near 80 degrees. A cold front brings a slight chance for a shower or isolated clap of thunder tonight. Mostly cloudy with lows in the mid-60s. After that morning chance of rain, it's mostly sunny and breezy tomorrow with a high near 78, but that cold front will gradually bring in cooler and drier air. For Sunday and Monday, highs only in the upper 60s and low 70s. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 61. .641, Wisconsin's Morning News on this Friday morning. This week, Mayor Cavalier Johnson appointed Adam Procell as the new director of Milwaukee's Office of Wellness and Community Safety. A few weeks before the announcements, we had spoken with him. It's a controversial pick on two fronts. One, Mayor Johnson plucked him out of nowhere. He was not one of the three finalists for the job. That ruffled some feathers. The other is, oh, by the way, he's a convicted murderer.
A lot of things happened simultaneously. So rival gang members came. I did not recognize them at the time. The gang leader who did told myself and my would-be future adult co-defendant to get out our guns, and we both did.
What happened then?
There was a conversation held. I could hear my co-defendant asking them if they belonged to a specific gang. Did not hear the response that they gave. I assumed it was in the affirmative because then the response was shooting, to which I then grabbed my gun, I ran across the street, and I also started shooting.
How many shots were fired?
20 in all, I believe.
And you fired how many?
As many as the gun held, I can't remember. No more than 6.
But one of those bullets hit one of the other gang members.
2, unfortunately.
You shot 2 men.
Correct. And one, unfortunately, did not survive.
That is Purcell. He's talking with WTMJ's Libby Collins. You heard her there just before his appointment to the position. He was just 15 at the time of all of that. When he was sentenced, Purcell was the youngest inmate in the adult system in Wisconsin history. And he told Libby about how his bad decisions continued after being sentenced to mandatory life in prison as inmate number 314949.
You beat up a guard?
Correct. I made a statement out of my mouth after a cell search. I said, if the conduct report that comes back from the contraband that was in my cell was a major ticket, I'm going to beat up the police, as we call them.
What contraband did you have?
There was so much. Everything from shanks to drug paraphernalia to you name it, we probably had it in our cell. As soon as I made the statement, I tried to put those words back in my mouth, but they are out there.
So you're going to learn a lot more about this guy who's since turned his life around, how he now works to prevent violence, encouraging communities to work with police, not against them. It's all coming up Sunday at 11 o'clock with WTMJ's Libby Collins on WTMJ Conversation. Sports up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Are you sick of not being your bank's top priority? We are too. At Wintrust, we take a different approach to banking. We're proud to be your one true banking partner focused on your unique financial goals. That's right in your backyard. Whether you're opening your first account, buying a home, planning for the future, or starting a business, we have tailored solutions to get you there. Stop settling and start experiencing a better way to bank at wintrust.com. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Corp Banks. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Vince Vitrano here for Landworks Wisconsin. Now, it's probably secondary to damage you may have had inside your home, but if the front yard, if the backyard, your patio space were damaged in this flooding, these are the folks I'd love to have you reach out to. Landworks Wisconsin. They've been in my yard. They're largely doing the flower beds with the mulching, and I've got a lawn maintenance program going with them as well. But they're good for a full patio rebuild. If your fire feature or water features, other things were damaged in these floodings, you can get in touch with my team at Landworks Wisconsin. We'll keep you updated on all the progress they're making on yards and landscape, because that's part of your home too. and they want you and your family to enjoy it. Reach out to my team. It's landworkswisconsin.com. Tell them Vinny sent you.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Brewers back home today after a big win over the Cubs Thursday afternoon to wrap up their 5-game series with Chicago. New daddy Isaac Collins with that big hit in the 8th.
Fly ball into right center, a base hit. That will score Monasterio. Frelick coming around third. He will score. Collins comes up in the clutch, and the Brewers lead it 4-1.
After that hit, Collins looked into the dugout pretending to cradle a baby. He and his wife just had their kid, so he was celebrating that.
Yeah, that one really felt good. The results weren't really showing up the last few days, so they come through in that moment right there and just execute my approach and have a good result. Felt really good.
Pat Murphy happy for him too. Murphy calls him Moon.
Celebrating the life of Bob.
No, that's not him there. This is him.
Celebrating the life.
No, that's not it. That's a different cut. So the Brewers leave Chicago with 80 wins. They lose the series 3-2, though. So the Cubs hold the tiebreaker. So if the teams end up tied at the end of the year, the Cubs would be able to win that tiebreaker, so to speak. But with 34 games to play, the Brewers have a 7-game lead. So they're sitting pretty at the moment. So that was a huge win on Thursday. Up next, Willie Adames and the Giants come to town. Huge weekend series. So you got Stranger Things themed tonight. You got John Axford Day tomorrow.
Hey, struck him out swinging. And this game is over. And John Axford saves his 27th consecutive game.
Yeah, the Axeman saved a franchise record 46 games in 2011. He had 49 consecutive saves between 2011 and 2012, so they're going to honor him on Saturday. Then on Sunday, it's Mr. Baseball, right? Bob Uecker Day at the Ball Yard, and Bob Costas will host the ceremony.
I'm rifling through all my best Uecker stories, going back into a mental inventory, and I'm eliminating almost all of them because they can't be told on the air.
You got it.
You got it.
You got it.
We will carry the festivities before the game here on WDTMJ Radio as part of the Brewers Radio Network. They want you in your seat at 12:15, by the way. Costas will join us at 8:20 this morning on Wisconsin's Morning News.
For the Packers, looking ahead to their final preseason game against the Seahawks tomorrow. They had a joint practice Thursday. Head coach Matt LaFleur asked how guarded he needs to be, with play calling and such, not wanting to give away too many secrets.
You run your stuff, the things that you think you need to get better at, and I'm a little less concerned and a little less paranoid than probably I was a few years back in regards. We've got a lot of tape. We've got years and years of tape out there for everybody to see.
Well, LaFleur spoke before practice, so we didn't get a chance to get reaction from him on the couple of fights that broke out.
It was bad.
A couple of fracases. Now, fights break out from time to time during the preseason when you have these joint practices,
Yep.
but it sounds
Even
like
when there isn't a joint practice.
These couple were bad. So we'll talk a little bit more about that with Gabe Neitzel, who joins us next from ESPN Wisconsin. Tomorrow it's a 3 p.m. kick in Green Bay, and it's roster cut-down time, followed by the regular season opener, Packers and Lions at Lambeau Field September 7th.
You got it. You got it.
It's one of the hottest topics when it comes to finance and your money. The One Big Beautiful Bill. If you haven't read it, we don't blame you. It's 900 pages with 400 just for tax provisions. Not exactly light reading. You know who has read it? Annex Wealth Management. That's where Instant Insight webinars come in. They're designed to provide clarity for today's hot topics. Get up to speed fast. Check out the full Instant Insight schedule at annexwealth.com/events. Unbiased advice from a fee-only fiduciary. Find out more at annexwealth.com.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here for Comfort Awnings. I reclaimed my outdoor space with a beautiful retractable awning from Comfort Awnings. It's really the best of both worlds. You can enjoy the summer sun and extend your awning when you need a little bit of shade. It's completely customizable too. They're available with remote controlled operation and get this, sensors that retract it when it detects strong winds. You don't want that pulling off, and extends it when it detects rain. Comfort Awnings are also a deterrent against UV radiation. Right now, get $200 off all awnings and screens. You can call Comfort Awnings for your free estimate at 414-AWNINGS or visit comfortawnings.com.
Discover how artificial intelligence is transforming manufacturing at the Midwest Manufacturing AI Summit, October 7th at Wisconsin State Fair Park, co-located with WIMTS. This workshop for manufacturing owners, executives, and operations managers will show how AI reduces downtime, increases throughput, and improves quality. Explore a technology showcase, connect with solution providers, consultants, and industry experts, and see how AI tools can drive results on your shop floor. Seats are limited. Register now at techedpodcast.com/AI Summit.
They've got a big name, but their game, not so much.
Brewers have shut out San Francisco.
The Brewers host the Giants in Milwaukee.
Fly ball right center field, lead back, track, wall, bye, baseball.
Our game day coverage starts tonight at 6 with Brewers warm-up.
An exclamation point. It is 11-1 Crew.
We are the home of the Brewers. WTMJ. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Checking in with Debbie Lazica here on the Morning Drive at 9 minutes before 7, Debbie.
Yes, westbound 94 starting to get a little bit heavier now. Starting to see some delays right through the stadium interchange, starting just west of 35th Street to about Mitchell Boulevard. Northbound 41 slowing from about Mayfair Road up past North Avenue, heading towards Burleigh. Southbound 43 and northbound both looking pretty good right now. Not seeing really too many other delays or incidents across the rest of the system. I'm Debbie Lazica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunny and warmer today, a high of 80. You know what's been bad the last couple of days outside? Have you noticed? The mosquitoes.
Oh, yes. In fact, I have.
Holy cow.
Makes sense, right?
Enjoy that tonight. Slight chance for rain tonight. Cloudy low of 66. Saturday, slight chance for rain. Slight chance of rain in the morning, a high of 78. Sunday cools off, a high of 72. Monday even cooler, a high of 68. Right now, 61 at 6:51. Forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating. Your comfort is their family's tradition.
Big weekend in sports. You got the Brewers back home against the Giants tonight for a weekend series, and then the Packers with their final preseason game on Saturday. Joined now by ESPN Wisconsin's Gabe Neitzel. You remember this scene? What's that sign say?
No spitting. What's that sign say?
No bare feet. What's that sign say? No fighting. What's it mean? No fighting. You make anything of the fracases, multiple apparently, that broke out at Packers with their joint practice in the Seahawks?
Well, first and foremost, the insult that Keyshawn Nixon decided to levy at an individual from the Seattle Seahawks of he was talking crazy for a bald person. And then when he was asked about it in the locker room afterward, he had no recollection of. Like, what? Did I say that? Did I really? And they're like, yeah, we all heard you say that. And then Rob Domofsky, our bald buddy from ESPN.com, was there. And so they had to ask, like, do you have a thing against bald people? And then he asked Rob, well, how old are you? Rob says 53. Well, this guy was like 21, so there's a difference.
Oh, okay. Also opening the door to, if you had hair, then you can talk crazy.
Yes, apparently. But
this here was unwarranted. So it's just a bunch of garbage, right?
Yeah. And so I take a look at this as, because the guys who got into fights were typically starters. You know, Zach Tom, Elton Jenkins,
right.
Tucker Kraft. These guys haven't really played a lot of these games during training camp, so literally it's just been practice. Oh, time for the game. No, we're not going to play you because we don't want you to get hurt. Practice. So they haven't had the reward.
Practice.
Exactly.
Right.
So you haven't had the reward of the game, and it's just been a month of practices. I think these guys are just ready to go in the regular season, and so everybody's just a little bit on edge right now for the Green Bay Packers.
Seems like it happens more often when it's these joint practices, because you'll see it from time to time when it's guys on the same team fighting, but whenever you bring in another team, it seems like there's an issue there.
And that is the danger. This is what Matt LaFleur really likes. Not the fighting part. He likes the joint practice because that's when he gets the work done for the starters, because presumably you can control things a little bit better. Although, to your point, it's when a lot of these fights seem to break out and the coaches lose control of the situation.
Anything worth watching on Saturday? What are we looking at there?
A couple of spots still up for grabs. I think that sixth wide receiver spot, if that's something that interests you. I mean, if McCole Hardman doesn't make the
I hope
team,
it doesn't have to interest me, but yes.
McCole Hardman, if he doesn't make the team, they'll probably have to make some decisions on what they want to do in the return game. If Keyshawn Nixon will be a part of that, and they'll figure that out in the 2 weeks leading
Keith
up.
said he doesn't want to return kicks.
Well, but he's back on.
But now
he's back on. He said if they need him to do it, that he's certainly open to doing it. So I think that 6th wide receiver spot is up for grabs, kind of the pecking order in the defensive backfield. And honestly, the offensive line just needs to play better. Right now, I think they've got about 6 offensive linemen they trust. And some of those guys need to step up and show that they can be on the roster as that 8th, 9th lineman.
All right. So other than a wide receiver that we're not going to remember in a month, we just want to get through unscathed.
Yeah, well, I mean, nobody's going to play. Like, nobody of significance is going to play. Because even last week, we thought that, Matthew Golden, he's going to play. He's a rookie. And then he ended up not playing. So I think even rookies that they are expecting to count on, guys like Matthew Golden, you're not going to see anything in this game.
Let's talk about the Brewers a little bit. Erik is fascinated by what appeared to be sort of an overreaction, not just from fans, but maybe even from the team to this dramatic 3-game losing streak that spanned 48 hours.
So here's why, Gabe. Here's why. Because, they had a team meeting on it yesterday after the game, 2 days ago, and they lost their 3rd in a row. They had a team meeting, which seems strange to me. And then yesterday after they win, and it was a big win.
Yeah.
It was a major swing. McGill, after the game, to keep the swing at 1, meaning that they just lost 1 game.
They lost 1 game over the 5 to the Cubs.
A huge momentum shift in the clubhouse. I think everybody around here feels that too. Getting that last one today was super big.
I agree with him, because if they lost yesterday, right now the division lead feels very comfortable. The Brewers have a 7-game lead over the Cubs. Cubs have the tiebreaker. There's no game 163. If the Brewers play 500 baseball for the rest of the way, go 17-17, the Cubs have to go 24-10 to catch the Brewers. Again, you subtract from that. If it's only a 5-game lead, suddenly that feels, and you start doing the math on it, it's like, well, okay, like 24-10. And again, that's if the Brewers play 500, which is something they haven't done since April.
Right.
So even if they play just a little bit better than that, it makes it harder for the Cubs. So 5 games feels a lot less insurmountable than the 7 does. I know it's only 2. But really, when you start doing the math, that 7-game lead is huge, because they are absolutely, without a doubt, in control of this division because it's 7.
Totally agree with you, but we're fans, so we can bite our nails and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, they shouldn't be, they're only 5 back now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just surprised.
Eric's worried they're looking in the rearview mirror too much.
Why are we even looking? You guys have been playing great baseball.
Yeah, but
this is me explaining to you what Erik is thinking.
Yeah,
I guess, I don't know.
So I've got
Great
news
segment.
for you. These players are just like you, man.
Okay.
They're human beings.
Fair enough.
They're going to be looking at the standings no matter how much. Again, that's one of my favorite things of working with Chewy. He goes, "Oh yeah, we do that stuff all the time."
No, we don't look at that stuff. We don't read these things.
Chewy told me once, they put the clippings in your locker room if you want them. They are aware of the things that are going on. Despite, we don't know. No, they 100% know. Holmgren knew everything that was written and said about his team.
I don't read that stuff.
Yeah, despite him saying otherwise.
I don't even know your name. You're talking crazy for a ball guy.
Never even seen it, George Webb.
6:58 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Affordable housing developer Gorman & Co.'s planned conversion of the Cogs Human Services Center into 62 residential units is moving forward. The project will eventually include first-floor offices for Milwaukee County Behavioral Health Services, plus a cafe. The Milwaukee Public Market has named a new vendor. La Masa Empanada Bar plans to open a second location at the market. Livewire Group registered with the SEC to sell up to $100 million in securities. The shelf registration doesn't mean a Livewire capital raise is imminent. I'm Logan Hansen for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
Modernizing business technology is critical for a positive impact on efficiency and reducing operating costs.
That's exactly what Tri-City National Bank found out when they called on James Imaging Systems. Listen to bank CIO Robert Prang.
We also went through a large retooling of our print environment, changing from where we had almost 200 printers.
All the way down to just 97 printers. That's managed print services from James Imaging Systems, a 100% locally owned and managed Wisconsin business technology company.
So being able to work with a local company like James that has that flexibility with their staff and being able to deliver for us has given us the ability to make the right decisions for our organization.
Robert, would you recommend managed print services from James Imaging Systems?
Yes, in a heartbeat, I would recommend James.
Learn more at jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Haven't you just had it with overpriced, overrated fish fries? Don't pay $16 or more. The Mine Shaft Restaurant in Hartford's all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry is $7.99. WTMJ's John Mercure here. After a long week, don't cook. Relax with a cold beverage and a Friday fish fry for $7.99. The kids' menu starts at $3.99, and they can safely play in that huge game room away from the dining area while you finish up your meal. The Mine Shaft is super family-friendly. Your Saturday steak or prime rib dinner is under $25. Sunday brunch is under $15, far less than what you'll pay elsewhere. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford and near the EAA in Oshkosh. Lots of seating, close parking, and a very friendly staff. Just walk in today for your all-you-can-eat beer-battered haddock fish fry for $7.99, serving from 11 a.m. Get there early. It's big food, it's big fun, it's the Mine Shaft. Check out mineshaftRestaurant.com.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex.com. They've got a big name, but their game, not so much.
Brewers have shut out San Francisco.
The Brewers host the Giants in Milwaukee.
An exclamation point. It is 11-1 Crew.
Our game day coverage starts tonight at 6 with Brewers warm-up on the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
7:01, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News, Friday, August 22nd. Our top story, back to work for FEMA in Wisconsin.
I'm Erik Bilstad, a generous donation in Wauwatosa.
I'm Debbie Laziga, looking pretty good right now. The only real delay is going to be on northbound 41 between Mayfair Road and North Avenue. That little tiny spot right there. Rest of the system's actually looking pretty good. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, mostly sunny skies, high of 80 degrees. Just a slight chance of a shower or an isolated thunderstorm overnight. Tonight, mostly cloudy otherwise, and a low of 66. Milwaukee right now at 66. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, another day of work for the 6 teams of FEMA workers who are conducting flood damage assessment across southeast Wisconsin. 4 of those teams are in Milwaukee County, 1 each in Waukesha and Washington counties.
The work FEMA is doing right now is a crucial step in the disaster recovery process. It helps determine the extent of our flooding damage and whether Wisconsin would qualify for a presidential disaster declaration.
So there's already been extensive work done to understand the impacts of this event, and now we're really coming out to verify that at the federal level.
Cassie Cohen from FEMA joined us on Wisconsin's Midday News. What do you need to see as far as damage in order for there to be a presidential disaster declaration?
There is no set dollar amount. There's no threshold that needs to be met. Really what our teams look at is, are there recovery resources already available from state and local governments? Or is there a gap that federal assistance may need to fill?
Jessica Tai, WTMJ News.
$1 million to repair a flooded park in Tosa.
That's how much the Tosa Foundation is donating to support flood recovery efforts at Hart Park. The stadium parking lot, softball field, facilities, and green space were heavily damaged in the historic flooding earlier this month. The city of Wauwatosa is still evaluating the damage and coordinating repairs. Some areas reopened today, including the pedestrian bridge. Access to the park will reopen via 70th Street, but 72nd Street will remain closed. You can find the timelines for when other park amenities will reopen at WTMJ.com. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
TMJ4 Chief Political Reporter Charles Benson telling WTMJ homeowners seeking immediate flood relief funds have been told to stay patient.
We're still a couple steps away from that financial aid arriving in Milwaukee if the president declares the county a disaster, and then that's when the process can begin where people can start applying for that financial help. But in talking to people, they need that now. They want this now, so this process seems very frustrating for them.
Speaking to several hundred law enforcement officers, National Guard troops, and federal agents in Washington, D.C., President Trump says the crackdown on crime is coming soon to other major cities.
There's no games, right? We're not playing games. We're going to make it safe. And we're going to then go on to other places. But we're going to stay here for a while. We want to make this absolutely perfect. It's our capital.
Opponents of the plan call it a political stunt.
The House Oversight Committee in Washington expecting its first batch of Jeffrey Epstein documents today. CBS correspondent Michael Wallace.
The Justice Department will deliver hundreds of pages from its investigation into the convicted sex offender and his longtime associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. Committee Chairman James Comer says the panel will release at least some of the files to the public. It's a delicate balancing act for the committee as it tries to answer calls for more transparency, but risks finding possible links between Epstein and President Trump.
Comer has issued 11 subpoenas for the files and testimony from Maxwell, former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, 2 former attorneys general, and 2 former FBI directors.
A parole board in San Diego denies Erik Menendez's attempt at parole. Well, today his brother Lyle will give it a shot.
Erik Menendez told the board he was afraid of his father because of sexual abuse, and that's why he and Lyle killed their parents. But Erik Menendez admitted the murders had no justification and were not in self-defense, contrary to what their legal team had claimed in court. In the end, parole commissioners focused heavily on illegal cell phones Erik has had in prison, a clear violation of rules. The board finding he remains too great a risk to society, he can try again for parole in 3 years. Today, Lyle Menendez will go in front of the board. Alex Stone, ABC News, San Diego.
Coming up, new tech to help your kids get to school. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:05. Vince Vitrano here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Quick history lesson. Pella actually was born about 100 years ago in Pella, Iowa. That's where they get the name. And it started with a new invention in 1925, the roll screen. Now, these are these screens that kind of roll away so you don't see them anymore like a shade. Pella invested in that breakthrough technology when the business was born there in Pella, Iowa, and they've introduced the world to innovative and game-changing design ever since. And so when you want long-lasting comfort and reliability, easy to trust Pella. Each piece specifically constructed for you and for your home, always designed with innovation, rigorously tested for quality and performance. These items are going to last when you make that investment in your home. The Pella team takes pride in making these quality windows and doors, meticulous attention to every detail. So you know your investment is a long-term energy-saving strategy and durability that will last 4 years. And if you order by August 31st, 0% interest on your financing for up to 5 years. Visit PellaWI.com today.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit BigFishContracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
This Saturday only from the historic Fox & Hound Supper Club. Enjoy 2 chicken Alfredo pasta dinners for under $47. Yes, 2 dinners. Call and reserve your free dinner today. FoxandHoundsRestaurant.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:08.
Joint practice marred by fighting in Green Bay. What it was all about in sports at 7:15.
The man found guilty of driving drunk and killing a 17-year-old girl in Waukesha last year will spend 15 years behind bars. Jason Zehe's alcohol level was recorded at more than 3 times over the legal limit when he crashed into Megan Voss's car. During Zehe's sentencing on Thursday, he expressed remorse.
My actions the night of the 30th were unexcusable and irreversible. I lay awake every night wishing things were different, wishing it was me who passed and not Megan.
5 other counts against Ehe were dismissed in exchange for his guilty pleas.
New school year fast approaching. Milwaukee Public Schools bringing updates to its transportation department.
MPS Senior Director of Business and Transportation Services, David Erik, tells WTMJ that parents this year can now track where their child's bus is with a new app.
Not only does it show you when the bus is getting to the stop, it also shows on the back end what time it's arriving at the school.
Erik mentions the district will also introduce new electric buses later in the coming months.
It is infrastructure build time right now, so they're putting in the last charging stations, and the first delivery of the vehicles, I think, are expected between winter and spring of this school year.
Sean Brinda, WTMJ News.
Coming up, are you still hanging on to a voucher for cream puffs? You know, you prepaid and meant to go Sunday when the fair was canceled. How you can cash that in today. That story next.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing, too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul.
Hi, I'm attorney David Gruber. After an accident, you need a trusted winning team on your side. For more than 30 years, Gruber Law Offices has helped Wisconsin families get the results they deserve. If you've been injured, call our firm today for a free consultation. We're available 24/7. Wisconsin's own Gruber Law Offices, proud partner of Euro Milwaukee Brewers. One call, that's all.
This week's featured business on the Home Improvement Showcase, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is Comfort Awnings. ComfortAwnings.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Checking in with Debbie Lazaga on the Morning Drive.
It's still a quiet ride around the area. Really, the only delays I'm seeing is going to be just right past North Avenue on northbound 41. Other than that, we are moving along pretty well. Full freeway speeds across the rest of the system. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast for today: sunny and warmer. Temperatures top out near 80 degrees. A cold front drops through the area tonight, bringing a slight chance of a shower, isolated clap of thunder. It'll be mostly cloudy with lows in the mid-60s, and after that morning chance of rain, mostly sunny and breezy for our Saturday. Highs climb at least into the upper 70s, but then the temperatures really take a turn Sunday and Monday. Cooler, drier, and breezy. Highs in the low 70s and upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Right now, Milwaukee, 64 degrees.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
Due to the historic flooding, among other casualties, of course, the final day of the Wisconsin State Fair. Fair canceled for that final Sunday. Refunds for folks who had tickets to the headlining show for that night, but others left holding vouchers for pre-bought cream puffs.
Who doesn't love taking a whole pile of cream and just scooping it up and eating it, right? And that's what we got with the cream puff.
State Fair going to make it right today.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Cream Puff Drive-Thru is on at the fairgrounds. The Dairy Building is serving up the signature treats, and State Fair will honor those pre-bought vouchers that went unclaimed, or you can buy today as well. Let's go live to WTMJ's Nazir Spencer. He is at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Morning, Nazir.
What's up, guys?
What's happening out there?
So it's filling in here so far. There's people coming in and out, getting their cream puffs. It looks like everyone's pre-ordered theirs, but I'm sure you can walk in and get your own cream puffs right now at the Dairy Building here at State Fair.
So there are a line of people rolling in there, eh?
There's a line inside right now, not outside.
Okay.
I was expecting it to kind of seep outside a little bit, but it's still pretty early, so I'm sure that it'll pick up a little bit throughout the day. Ends at 5 o'clock tonight, so I'm sure it'll be busy all day for sure.
What's the process, Nazir? Do people have to get out of their cars and actually walk into the Dairy Building? Because sometimes they do these things where you never even get out of your car.
Right. Yeah, you park. I went through Gate 5, and you park right next to the Dairy Building, the west side of the Dairy Building, and then you walk in, and then you go in and get it, and then you're pretty much good to go for the rest of the day. You get your cream puffs, you're out of here.
It's WTMJ's Nazir Spencer, who earlier in the week was on Burger Patrol, now on Cream Puffs. So dinner and dessert. Thanks, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. See you guys.
As he said, the Cream Puff event today runs until 5 o'clock. IndyCar returns this weekend to Wisconsin State Fair Park and the Milwaukee Mile, and they say they'll be serving up Cream Puffs as well through the duration of that event.
And it was important to get the grounds all taken care of before that event because that's a big revenue builder right there for the races. So glad that it's all working out.
And you can indeed buy Cream Puffs today if you don't have a voucher. 3-pack is $14, the 6-pack $25.
The best part, in my opinion, is the cream, of course.
Hi, this is John Neal, CPA and founder of the Neal Group. You may have heard Congress pass the One Big Beautiful bill which President Trump campaigned on, leaving the non-tax parts out. What does the law mean for business? To be honest, less than you think. There are larger deductions for purchasing equipment and other fixed assets in the year of purchase. The Qualified Business Deduction, or QBID, is now a permanent deduction for partnerships and S corporations. Remember the 1099-K back and forth? The minimum amount for issuing 1099-Ks, which are typically from credit card companies or e-commerce sites like Amazon or Shopify, will now be $20,000. Call us now for a free consultation to see how you may be affected by the new law. Call 414-325-2040 now. You earned it. We help you keep it. That's 414-325-2040 or nealgroup.net.
When you're due for tire service, visit richlawns.com for the location nearest you.
We'll give you a free flat tire repair on every tire we install. No questions asked. I'm Brett Matchke with Rich Lawns. You're due for service.
Rich Lawns.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers back home in Milwaukee today after a big win over the Cubs to wrap up their 5-game series in Chicago. New daddy Isaac Collins with the big hit in the 8th.
Fly ball into right center, a base hit. That will score Monasterio. Frelick coming around third. He will score. Collins comes up in the clutch. And the Brewers lead it 4-1.
And that would be your final 4-win. Quinn Priester didn't get the win, but the Brewers are 15-0 anytime Priester takes the mound since May 30th. So, hey, might as well keep sending him out there. After the 5-game
Test the streak. Send him out for,
why not?
1 inning.
Yeah, to see. Brewers leave Chicago just losing 1 game in the standings when it's all said and done. They now lead by 7 in the NL Central, with the Cubs holding the tiebreaker. Priester on that.
Please keep continuing to play our game. I think we're going to keep positioning ourselves in a good spot within the division and within hopefully the playoff standings here.
So up next, back home against the Giants. You got a huge weekend. Tonight, it's Stranger Things night. Not everybody, but some with those special tickets gets the upside-down Brewers logo hats, which is kind of cool in honor of Stranger Things. So that's kind of neat. Saturday is John Axford Day, the Axeman being honored and getting into the Wall of Fame. And then, of course, Sunday's the big one, Bob Uecker Day, as the Brewers honor Mr. Baseball. General Manager Matt Arnold joined us on Brewers 360 about that.
Celebrating the life of Bob is something you can't just capture in one day, but our group has done a great job pulling together some really cool things for that day, and I really hope everybody has a chance to spend the day with us.
Yeah, Brewers want people in their seats around 12:15 if they can on Sunday for that. Bob Costas, will be our master of ceremonies on Sunday, and Costas is going to join us 1 hour from now live on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Packers and Seahawks finish out the preseason with the game Saturday in Green Bay. They held a joint practice on Thursday. It was open to the fans and got pretty chippy out there. Fans posting video of a fight that broke out on the field. There were actually a couple of them.
What's that sign, sir? No fighting. What's it mean? No fighting.
Here's a post on Instagram from the Athletics' Matt Schneidman, who was covering practice. Kind of sums up what this was all about. Another skirmish well after practice. Elton in the middle and LaFleur not happy at Jenkins. Leonard Williams told Nate Hobbs he didn't know who he was. And Keyshawn Nixon told someone they're talking crazy for a bald person. And that's how training camp ends.
Okay.
So, I guess. I think Gabe hit it on the head here. Gabe Neitzel from ESPN Milwaukee was in. He's like, a lot of these guys haven't played against a lot of opposition here. It's playing against each other. Training camp is stretching on, so you kind of expect this sort of thing. It was all nice with the Seahawks and the Packers fans before that skirmishing. Greg Bell is a sports writer for the News Tribune out of Tacoma, Washington. He posted video of fans lined up begging Seahawks players to ride their bikes down to practice. The players were invited to take part in that time-honored tradition in Green Bay. One other cool note from Thursday. When it's one of these joint practices and this happens, you can cheer guilt-free. Packers rookie wide receiver Matthew Golden beating his man one-on-one for a long touchdown in the drills. See, when it's just your team out there,
yeah, you feel weird about it.
Then you're like, okay, I'm happy for the offense, but what's going on with our defense? Yeah. So you kind of always have that split. When you're going to the joint practice, you get to cheer. They go at it Saturday, 3 p.m. kick at Lambeau Field to close the preseason competition.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show, live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Vince Vitrano here. Even folks, if you avoided the worst damage from the flooding, may still have flooring that needs attention, carpet especially, but even LVP can have damage and water hiding underneath. So I got this important message to share from my team at Hunt's Flooring in Greenfield. If your home was hit by the recent flooding, Hunt's Flooring is here for you. We can help with emergency flooring removals and replace water-damaged floors quickly and with care so you can get back to feeling at home. Hunt's Flooring helping Milwaukee recover one floor at a time. The Hunts team has spent decades building a great reputation here in Southeast Wisconsin, and they are ready to go when you're ready for your project. Get started by visiting Hunt's Flooring. They're on Highway 100 in Greenfield, or check them out online at huntsflooring.com.
We see you out there, making the most of every moment, one big, bright idea at a time. At Blaine's, we're glad to be part of it by offering best-in-class products and solutions at unbeatable farm and fleet prices. Like men's Rustler jeans, $16.99. Rewards members save an extra buck. All Wrangler Retro jeans, buy two, get one free. 25% off men's ATG by Wrangler pants. And men's Lee Extreme Motion jeans, $21.99. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Debbie, how's the morning drive?
Well, so far we are looking at a good ride. Southbound 41 backing up just a little bit right past Hampton towards Capitol Drive. Northbound a little tight right around the North Avenue curve. But other than that, everything else seems to be rolling along fine. I'm not seeing really any other incidents that are going to slow you down. So everything is good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
You know what we're enjoying at our house now outside? Since we had the rain, all that flooding? Mosquitoes. Oh, even like when the sun's still out, the mosquitoes are there.
Hey, you usually wait for dusk for them to really start carrying you off.
Yeah. Sunny and warmer today, a high of 80. Tonight, slight chance for a shower. Cloudy, a low of 66. Saturday, slight chance for a shower early on. Otherwise, a nice day tomorrow. High of 78. Sunday, sunny, a high of 72. Monday, really cooling off. A high of 68. Right now, 66 at 7:22. The forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating. Your comfort is their family's tradition.
Federal emergency management officials will be back out in neighborhoods across southeast Wisconsin today. They're touring the estimated tens of millions of dollars in damage to homes, businesses, and communities.
The damage was catastrophic, but you could only imagine what would have happened if the sewerage district and the city hadn't collaborated 20 years ago.
It's the mayor of Wauwatosa, Dennis McBride, on a big announcement in efforts to rebuild parts of Hart Park and how much worse it could have been for the history. A little bit of a, for the city rather, kind of a history lesson coming up on that in a moment. First,
happening today.
What's happening with FEMA right now?
We are going door to door, knocking on doors, trying to talk to residents to better understand the impacts of the event on their home. We're asking them questions. How much water was in their home? Have they been, are they unable to live in their home because of the damage that was sustained? What sort of losses did they have in their homes? We just want to get a picture of what that impact was.
That's a spokeswoman for FEMA. She is here in Milwaukee with the team. She joined Greg and Jessica on Wisconsin's Midday News just as those agents were hitting the streets. Cassie Cohn is her name.
This is just a snapshot of the disaster's impact on the communities that we're gathering this week. FEMA does not need to visit every home to understand those impacts. We're lucky that the local officials have really been out on the ground since day one. collecting that information for us. We have a lot of that data already, and now we're going out to verify that information.
So Milwaukee County is coordinating, but FEMA tells us they have 6 teams in all, 1 each assigned to Waukesha and Washington counties, and then another 4 teams that are surveying damage around Milwaukee County. There is some frustration that you're hearing. Even folks have texted us about, like, FEMA is not walking door to door and handing out checks.
Yeah, we're not getting what we need, et cetera, et cetera.
And that's hard because if you do have a lot of damage, you're fronting the cost up front for cleaning all this stuff up. So the hope here is that...
And without even knowing what or if anything you're going to get in return.
FEMA giving high praise for some of our local officials so far and being out front on this. We had the Director of Emergency Management for Milwaukee County, Cassandra Liebel, live on their show on Thursday. This is all about getting that federal money in the pockets of homeowners here in southeast Wisconsin. What do we have to do to demonstrate that there's enough damage to justify this federal disaster declaration that we hope would be forthcoming from President Trump?
We are looking at a number of factors. There is no set dollar amount. There's no threshold that needs to be met. Really what our teams look at is, are there recovery resources already available from state and local governments, potentially private sector or nonprofit organizations? Or is there a gap that federal assistance may need to fill? We want to also understand, are there uninsured losses that people have sustained? What is the extent, severity, and magnitude of those losses? Will it take a long time to recover? And what is needed to help that recovery? And are federal resources needed for that recovery? That is really what we're out here trying to understand.
It's interesting. It almost feels like a redundancy, right? Because local officials can give them video, they can give them data, all of this stuff. But this is sort of we want to see it with our own eyes. And what happens next is, and agents are expected to be on the ground at least into next week. They want to see a lot of it, and they'll be sending their findings then to the state of Wisconsin. Then Governor Evers needs to formally request a declaration. So this is not happening tomorrow, right? But we're doing the work. These are the steps that it takes when you deal with it.
And it doesn't sound like there's really any timeline, or at least not one that's been given.
Right. And you get the sense, too, that they don't want to say, like, well, it could be this many weeks, and then it's not, and they're just not backing themselves into that corner.
And that's a smart play. I mean, you don't want to give any type of false hope or anything like that.
I mentioned Mayor McBride off top here in Tosa. So he announced Thursday $1 million donation from the Tosa Foundation as they're working to rebuild Hart Park, among other things. Football field was destroyed. There's a big softball field nearby, also ruined. And he said something interesting, how much worse it could have been.
The retention ponds at the county grounds were also created at the same time. And the reason for those retention ponds was to save our village. They told us that unless those ponds were created, the next time we had a major flood event, the village retail district might disappear. And we didn't just have a 100-year flood, we had a 1,000-year flood. And without the retention ponds, we wouldn't be having Tosa Fest, we wouldn't be having anything in the village.
We wouldn't be having anything. Oof. And I don't think he's overstating it. He referenced the work that the sewerage district has done over the years in flood abatement, building retention ponds on the county grounds. One of my best friends from high school, we've talked to him, Scahill.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. He lived in a home that's not there anymore. MMSD bought up a number of these homes. They basically bulldozed a whole neighborhood. Years ago, they would flood all the time. It's just east of Hart Park. And they also wanted that land, again, for the Menominee River to be able to spill over without ruining things and to avoid a widespread catastrophe. As bad as it was, sounds like it could have been worse. 7:27 on Wisconsin's Morning News. News a bunch of money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 153 points to 44,786. On Thursday, the NASDAQ finished at 21,100. That was down 73 points. And the S&P 500 at 6,370 was off 26. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth. Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Bottom of the hour headlines from ABC News just after this. Chiro is for kids, too. Vince Vitrano for Connect Chiropractic. Talking with my doc today, Dr. Alex Young. Dr. Alex, I've seen them in there in the office when I go in for my adjustments. Young children, even infants receiving chiropractic care.
Yeah, we adjust babies as little as just a few hours old. Sometimes it's because parents have a health concern that they want to bring them in for, but a lot of times it's just for wellness, making sure that they grow up to be healthy adults.
Well, I want to introduce to you one of my fellow patients, Zach. Zach, actually, your daughter, Angelique, you sought chiropractic care for her. Tell me what was going on.
So Angelique has cerebral palsy, so when we have looked at different interventions for her, chiropractic care has been the best at just helping manage her tone and some of the difficulties relating to the CP, and then also with how it helped just her growing with growing pains, with headaches, other things like that that are typical in kids. We've seen great results.
Does she know and understand that she's feeling better because of her chiropractic care?
Oh, she asked for it. She is excited to come to get adjusted because it just helps so much. It makes her feel better.
We say the docs do it different at Connect Chiropractic. No twisting, no cracking, no popping. They use a special tool that makes these adjustments. So, Zach, I imagine as a parent that was one of the factors in causing you to choose Connect Chiro.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice that we're not asking her body to do more. She can just relax and get the adjustment and is able to just enjoy being in the office and not have to worry about anything.
Dr. Alex, I know I've sent you people who have said to me, like, well, I like chiropractic. I just don't like getting my neck whipped around. This is why you do things differently.
Absolutely. Very gentle, specific adjustments. Our goal is to turn, instead of sick kids into sick adults, we want to turn healthy kids into healthy adults.
No twisting, no cracking, no popping. Connect Chiropractic in Wauwatosa, Delafield, and now Oak Creek. You can get started online anytime. Here's the website. It's Go Connect Chiro. That's GoConnectChiro.com.
Discover how artificial intelligence is transforming manufacturing at the Midwest Manufacturing AI Summit, October 7th at Wisconsin State Fair Park, co-located with WIMTS. This workshop for manufacturing owners, executives, and operations managers will show how AI reduces downtime, increases throughput, and improves quality. Explore a technology showcase, connect with solution providers, consultants, and industry experts, and see how AI tools can drive results on your shop floor. Seats are limited. Register now at techedpodcast.com/AI Summit.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The FBI is searching the Maryland home of former National Security Advisor John Bolton, a former Trump cabinet member who became critical of the president after the first administration. Here's ABC Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl.
Federal agents descending upon his home this morning. They conducted the search. He was not at home. Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News that the FBI carried out this search, and they did it related to allegations that Bolton is in possession of classified records.
The Justice Department and FBI with no comment this morning. Israel's defense minister is warning that Gaza City will be destroyed unless Hamas yields to Israel's terms. Meantime, the world's foremost authority on food crises says the city is gripped by famine from fighting and the blocking of aid. Erik Menendez, who along with his brother Lyle killed his parents in 1989, denied parole after a 9-hour hearing. This is ABC News.
Southbound 41 now starting to slow down from Appleton Avenue all the way down to Capitol Drive. The northbound side slowing down just north of Watertown Plank Road up past North Avenue. And that's pretty much it. I'm not seeing really too much of another delay out there or incidents for that matter. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, mostly sunny, warmer today, a high of 80 degrees with a slight chance of a shower or isolated thunderstorm overnight, low down to 66. That's where we are right now, 66 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, man found guilty of driving drunk and killing a 17-year-old girl in Waukesha last December will spend 15 years behind bars. Jason Zehe had a blood alcohol level more than 3 times the legal limit when he crashed into Megan Voss's car. His sentencing was Thursday.
My actions the night of the 30th were unexcusable and irreversible. I lay awake every night wishing things were different, wishing it was me who passed and not Megan.
5 other counts against Zehe were dismissed in exchange for the guilty plea.
A mother and her boyfriend from Fond du Lac get maximum sentences for sex trafficking the woman's daughter. Aaliyah Antonio will spend 34 years behind bars for trafficking the 12-year-old. Juan Roca Mejia will spend 40 years. Prosecutors say Mejia blindfolded and suffocated the 12-year-old in the back of a van before she was able to escape last year.
The father of the Abundant Life Christian school shooter will be allowed to attend his daughter's celebration of life.
A Dane County judge ruled that Jeffrey Rupp now can attend the service, even if members of the school are also there. His bail requirements prohibit him from coming into direct contact with the school, but don't restrict him from communicating with individuals affiliated with it. The judge also ruled that Rupp now must continue wearing an ankle monitor. Rupp now faces several felonies for allegedly giving his daughter access to the guns used in the shooting. Natalie Rupp now shot and killed a teacher and a student and wounded 6 others before turning the gun on herself in December. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Decision Wisconsin, another candidate entering the race for governor, Democrat and longtime beer vendor at AmFam Field, Ryan Sternad, announced his campaign Wednesday. He tells WTMJ's Point Taken why he's running.
I really did not want to be in the state assembly, maybe, state senate. I want more of an executive position. I wish Wisconsin had more congressional districts, because I might want to think about running for those.
Sternad's the second Democrat to officially enter the race alongside Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez.
Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department hosting a first-of-its-kind anniversary event.
The event was for the 190th anniversary of the Sheriff's Department, bringing retirees of the force to meet the current members. Sheriff Danita Ball tells WTMJ,
so that we can recognize those who have done the work before us, those who are doing the work now, and those who may want to do the work.
The goal of the community engagement team is to have this type of event every 5 years, the next being the 195th. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:34 coming up. So why John Bolton's house this morning?
This report brought to you by J&J Contractors. Visit jjcontractorsllc.com.
Ready to upgrade your home's exterior? Family owned and operated since 1983, J&J Contractors specializes in top quality windows, doors, and siding that enhance your home while increasing its value and energy efficiency. From modern vinyl siding to stylish fiberglass doors, and from double hung windows to sliding glass doors, they have the perfect solutions for your home. Contact them today for a free consultation. Just search online J&J Contractors or call 414-423-9200. J&J Contractors. Welcome home.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. Milwaukee Mattress, where top quality mattresses are priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Found exclusively at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown Milwaukee.
Come on into Tyson's, more for you.
Hey, Ripon, big news. Tyson's Home Farm Auto is opening this fall. We're proud to be joining your community and bringing nearly 100 years of Midwest know-how with us. We're bringing you trusted brands, friendly service, and everything you need for farm, home, outdoor, and family life, all under one roof. Check us out at Tysons.com. That's THEISENS.com.
Come on into Tyson's, more for you.
John Mercure here for CertaPro Painters. They painted the outside of our house. It was fantastic. I've got a big deck. They really had to navigate on 2 levels. The guys took their time. They paid attention to detail. They did it right around the deck. My whole house looks fantastic. Trim and siding, it's great. It's CertaPro Painters. Schedule fills up fast, so now's the time to plan your project. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C for your home or business. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. They are the best. They're CertaPro Painters.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:36.
Where the Brewers stand in the division now as they return home to American Family Field tonight. Sports at 7:45.
Happening right now on the East Coast, federal agents are searching the home of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. Who is John Bolton? If you recognize the name, he is the one who wears usually those little circle glasses and has the mustache, right? He has that. I'm just trying to help you.
He's on CNN all the time.
Yep,
I believe they use him as a consultant.
This comes as President Trump has recently ramped up pressure on the DOJ to bring charges against political opponents. Here's more from Karen Travers of ABC.
Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News the search of John Bolton's house in Maryland, just outside Washington, D.C., and being carried out by the FBI, is related to allegations that Bolton is in possession of classified records. FBI Director Kash Patel posted on X Friday morning, quote, "No one is above the law. FBI agents on mission." It wasn't immediately clear what sensitive records federal investigators believe Bolton may have possessed.
Now, Bolton has long been a target of President Trump's ire. Most recently, Trump has taken aim at Bolton's criticism of their Russian back and forth. In fact, Bolton just recently posted on social media that Russia has not changed its goal, drag Ukraine into a new Russian empire. Moscow has demanded that Ukraine cede territory it already holds. Zelensky will never do so. Meanwhile, meetings will continue because Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize. I don't see these talks getting anywhere, is basically what he posted.
Yeah,
on
these
social
two don't
media.
like each other.
Right. So Where does it go from here? Does he have any sensitive? He wrote a book that I remember that the first Trump administration was a little frustrated by, that there were some accusations that it contained some disclosed classified information as well. So whether that comes from that book that they're looking for specifically, but right now we know the FBI is raiding John Bolton's home, the former national security advisor.
This news report brought to you by Steinhoffels. Visit them at steinhoffels.com.
If better sleep has been hard to come by, you're not alone, and the right mattress can make all the difference. That's why Helix Sleep and Steinhoffels have teamed up to bring their award-winning mattresses to Steinhoffels. Now you can try Helix in person, something you can't do just anywhere. Right now, Steinhoffels is offering 20% off all Helix mattress orders just for our listeners. Head to steinhoffels.com to learn more. Helix Sleep at Steinhoffels. Better sleep starts now.
IndyCar is back at the Milwaukee Mile August 23rd and 24th. The Snap-on Milwaukee Mile 250 weekend features a high-stakes NTT IndyCar Series race, and the free fan zone will be buzzing with energy all weekend long. Don't miss out on the non-stop action. Get your tickets now for an electrifying IndyCar weekend at the Snap-on Milwaukee Mile 250, August 23rd and 24th at Wisconsin State Fair Park.
Vince Vitrano for the Bugman and Queen Bee, your best in local pest defense. Eric was just talking about the mosquitoes. Yeah, Bugman can still get out to the house and treat for that. Other thing they're really looking at right now, Adam the Bugman told me end of the month is when they really want to start treating for those stink bugs that can take up residency in your home for the winter. Can't squash them either, because that's what puts the stink in the stink bugs, right? You want to prevent them from becoming house guests in the first place. I'm going to call the Bugman and Queen Bee, get Adam, maybe it's his brother Matt or another member of the team who comes out to the house, and it's 20% off your first service when you tell them Vinny sent you. It's the best in local pest defense. BugmanQueenBee.com.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Checking in with Debbie at 20 to 8.
Southbound 41 slowing down now from Appleton Avenue all the way down to Capitol Drive, actually technically down to Burleigh. Northbound is slowing down from Watertown Plank Road up past North Avenue. Westbound 94 seeing delays from 35th Street all the way through the Stadium interchange to Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound's got a pocket of heavy traffic just east of 76th Street heading towards Hawley Road. Northbound 4394 slowing from Oklahoma Avenue up to Lincoln. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast for today, mostly sunny and warmer. Temperatures top out near 80 degrees. A cold front drops through southeastern Wisconsin tonight. We'll hold on to a slight chance of a shower, isolated clap of thunder. Mostly cloudy with lows in the mid-60s. After a slight chance of rain in the morning, it's increasing sunshine, breezy. Highs will top out in the upper 70s, but boy, does it start to feel cooler. Sunday and Monday, sunny and a bit different. Highs in the upper 60s and low 70s. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Right now, Milwaukee at 66.
He was denied, Vince, after a nearly 10-hour hearing. I don't know how they could talk for 10 hours, but they did. In California, the parole board denied parole to Erik Menendez. Menendez and his brother convicted of the 1989 shotgun murders of their parents. Lyle has his own parole hearing today, but first, a little bit more on what happened on Thursday with Erik.
They talked about his pre-murder burglaries back in the late 80s. Before the 1989 murders, he did it twice. They also talked about his multiple cell phone violation infractions that Erik had smuggled or had cell phones smuggled into the prison. He paid $1,000 for one. He apparently took another from a prison guard or bought one from a prison guard.
Yeah, so that cell phone stuff really bothered the parole board. So they said, no, you're not eligible. So he's not up again until a couple of years, 3 years from now. So what does that mean for Lyle? So his brother goes today. So do you go in more confident? Do you go in hoping for a different member of the board walking in there? Is it the same group? A little bit more from Matt Gutman.
Lyle Menendez will be up. He doesn't have as many blemishes on his record, but he also doesn't have as an outstanding a record in prison as a model prisoner as Erik did. So that's up in the air as well.
Yeah, so we'll find out. But these hearings lasting more than 9 hours. The California Parole Board saying no to Erik, and Lyle is up today.
I feel like I'm in the minority on this, but I'm not that interested in this. Which is not something you should say in the program that we. I just mean like
it's because of Netflix. Netflix did a big documentary.
I didn't watch the show,
so all the networks have jumped on it. So it's been spinning around the news cycle for several years now as they've been going through this fight. But it's going to die down now after today. If Lyle gets denied, they're not up again for several years.
Think about that too, being the brother that's still in and the other one that's out. If it turns that way,
wouldn't that be delicious? Like, just
you ever go visit your brother? Hey, you never come to visit. Yeah, well, I was in there for 35 years.
Sorry,
so.
Can't. Just call me if you ever get
really busy. We got a lot of stuff. I got things.
And Netflix is calling.
7:44. Sports up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hi, this is Michelle Voskel, CPA and team member at the Neal Group. You may have heard Congress pass the One Big Beautiful Bill, which President Trump campaigned on. Leaving the non-tax parts out, what does the new law mean for business? To be honest, less than you think. There are larger deductions for purchasing equipment and other fixed assets in the year of purchase. The Qualified Business Income Deduction, or QBID, is now a permanent deduction for partnerships and S corporations. Remember the 1099-K back and forth? The minimum amount for issuing 1099-Ks, which are typically from credit card companies or e-commerce sites like Amazon or Shopify, will now be $20,000. Call us now for a free consultation to see how you may be affected by the new law. Call 414-325-2040 now. You earned it. We help you keep it. That's 414-325-2040 or nealgroup.net.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Your Milwaukee Brewers, winners of 80 games, are back at home today after a big win over the Cubs to wrap up their 5-game series. New daddy Isaac Collins with the hit in the 8th that really broke it open.
Fly ball into right center, a base hit. That will score Monasterio. Frelick coming around third. He will score. Collins comes up in the clutch, and the Brewers lead it 4-1.
So after that hit, Collins looked into the dugout pretending to cradle a baby. He and his wife just had their kid. This was his first hit since the child was born.
Yeah, that one really felt good. The results weren't really showing up the last few days, so they come through in that moment right there and just execute my approach and have a good result. Felt really good.
So here is where we are at. The Brewers leave Chicago with 80 wins. They lose the series 3-2. So the Cubs hold the tiebreaker. So if the teams were to end up tied at the end of the year, the Cubs would be the one that wins the division. But with 34 games to play, the Brewers have a 3-game lead, so they're sitting pretty at the moment. So that was a big win. That meant a lot to win on Thursday. Up next, Willy Adames returns. The Giants are in town for a big weekend series, so it's Stranger Things themed tonight. Yes. Then you got John Axford day tomorrow. So Axeman going into the Wall of Fame.
Hey, struck him out swinging. And this game is over, and John Axford saves his 27th consecutive game.
Axford, man, remember that? He was amazing back in the day. 2011 franchise record, 46 games saved. He had 49 consecutive saves between 2011 and 2012, the 6th longest in Major League Baseball. So then on Sunday, the big day, we honor Mr. Baseball, Bob Uecker Day at the Ball-Yard. Bob Costas will host the ceremony.
I'm rifling through all my best Uecker stories, going back into a mental inventory, and I'm eliminating almost all of them because they can't be told on the air.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah, you're right.
So Costas is going to join us. He'll join us live on Wisconsin's Morning News coming up at 8:20 this morning to discuss the man and, of course, the big day on Sunday. We will carry that on WTMJ Radio, that pregame festivity that will take place. So you can hear that on the Brewers. It's part of the Brewers Radio Network. So the network will carry it, and it'll be on FanDuel as well. So there will be coverage of this event outside of you being at the game. And a lot of folks are worried since they're not going to the game, they'll miss it. No, there'll be ways to see it and hear it.
Packers looking ahead to their final preseason game against the Seahawks. That's tomorrow. At a joint practice on Thursday, some fights broke out, got real chippy. Head coach Matt LaFleur asked how guarded he needs to be with play calling and such, not wanting to give away too much.
You run your stuff, the things that you think you need to get better at, and I'm a little less concerned and a little less paranoid than probably I was a few years back. And in regards, we've got a lot of tape. We've got years and years of tape out there for everybody to see.
Yeah, LaFleur did say they may not play all their cards on defense, given this is only the second year under coordinator Jeff Hafley, so not as much tape on that unit. Tomorrow it's a 3 p.m. kick in Green Bay, then it's roster cutdown time, regular season opener. It's going to feel like a long time until that. Packers and Lions at Lambeau Field, September 7th.
You got it. You got it. ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. For long-lasting comfort and reliability, it's easy to trust Pella. Each piece is specifically constructed for your home, always designed with innovation and rigorously tested for quality and performance, and built to create long-term energy savings. There is no reason to wait, because if you order by August 31st, you get 0% interest for up to 60 months. Yes, that's up to 5 years of no interest payments, so don't miss out. Visit PellaWI.com today.
Escape the city and relax at Lake Lawn Resort in beautiful Delavan, Wisconsin. Enjoy outdoor activities on Delavan Lake, tee off at the Lakeside Majestic Oaks Golf Course, or unwind at the award-winning Caladora Spa. With both indoor and outdoor pools, there's fun for the whole family. Take a cruise on the Lake Lawn Queen, explore stunning shores and historic landmarks, and enjoy delicious food and drinks on board. Book your stay today at lakelawnresort.com, where everything is better at the lake.
Since 1946, Ansay & Associates has provided insurance to help secure businesses throughout Wisconsin. Customer satisfaction is our first and foremost priority. As one of Wisconsin's top 10 insurance agencies and among the top 5% of agents nationwide, Ansay & Associates can provide all of your insurance needs, from business, commercial to employee benefits. Ansay & Associates, securing and protecting your American dream.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
It's 10 to 8. Let's get an update on the morning drive. Debbie.
It's a bit slow southbound 41 from before Appleton Avenue all the way down to Capitol Drive. Northbound's backed up from Watertown Plank Road up to Burleigh, a little bit more right past Capitol. We've got westbound 94 backing up from 27th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound's got some pockets just east of 76th Street past Mitchell Boulevard. And then a little bit of a slowdown on northbound 4394 heading into the Oklahoma Avenue area. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunny and warmer today, high of 80. Should be a nice summer day today. Tonight, there's a slight chance for a shower or maybe a thunderstorm. We'll keep an eye on that. Slight chance, a low of 66. For Saturday, still a slight chance for rain early on. Otherwise, sunny and breezy tomorrow, 78. Sunday, 72. And Monday, the high is 68. Your forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Campaigning. Your comfort is their family's tradition.
Idea Man.
I don't want to use a pun from her own music, but it's an awesome love story that you're seeing unfold.
Innovative.
It's benefited everybody. The NFL is more popular than ever, and I do believe Taylor Swift and her jumping in on the NFL has been a huge positive for the league.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
I think we all know that if there's one thing that male sports fans want to see in their spaces and on their screens, it's more of me.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and Kohler Services.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News is sponsored by Kohler Services and Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Morning, Tausch.
Good morning, boys. How are we today?
Good. Want to ask you about a number of things, including this. I love that it was open practice for the joint practice with the Packers and the Seahawks, where a couple of fights broke out, so fans were posting it all to social media.
Yeah, I saw some of it, and obviously Zach Tom, the newly paid right tackle, got thrown out of practice because he was defending his guys. And I think that's always, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. you want to get the competitive juices flowing. You want to make sure everybody's getting their work in. And I don't think coaches are that mad. Like, as long as nobody gets hurt, you want to see – I'm telling you right now, if something happens to one of your teammates, the coaches would much rather have you go a little bit overboard on the other side than nobody fighting and going and defending their teammates. That I can guarantee you. And I think there's always that fine line that you draw. But you want to have a highly competitive, play up to the whistle, edge guys that are right there. And for the Packers, and Tucker Kraft was another guy that I kind of saw at yesterday's practice that was willing to kind of go and really scrap for their teammates. I love it. And, I think that's why they've limited this to just one day, because just imagine if they had another actually played, I think it'd probably get a little untenable. But I think it's actually a good thing that you got guys protecting each other.
What did Keyshawn Nixon say? Do you have that,
here's
Vince?
So here was the post from the Athletics, Matt Schneidman, who was covering it. Said, Elton in the middle, LaFleur was not happy at Jenkins. Leonard Williams told Nate Hobbs he didn't know who he was. And Keyshawn Nixon told someone they're talking crazy for a bald person. And that's how training camp ended.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long camp, right? And I think everybody's ready to be done. So you got to get that the vibes of last day of school, and everybody's just wanting to get to the regular season. But
you're talking crazy for a bald person.
When you go with the bald joke, that's when you know. All right, man, it's probably time to move this thing along.
I have to think these joint practices, too, like what a nightmare logistically, right? Because you have to have coordination. You all have to be doing the same stuff. What drills are we going to do? Which guys? Is it going to be 7-on-7? Is it going to be individual work? Are we doing this? Are we doing that? Like, there's a lot that goes into it. And I know some coaches really don't like it.
Yeah, and then there's also, you don't want to give anything away and, trade secrets. But I think the thing is you have to have a good respect. Obviously, John Schneider's been with the Packers for a long time, too. There's a relationship there, and I think you have to have trust that you guys are going to, everybody's going to execute. And I'm sure when they saw that the preseason schedule came out, I'm sure this was part of it, and they already started going through it. And then you have an injury like what Jordan did, and you want to get your starting quarterback some work. You have enough respect with that coaching staff that you can say, we need to do this. And I think everybody's usually pretty accommodable. Is that the word I'm looking for?
Accommodating. We'll allow it.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, thank you, boys. Accommodating as far as what both sides want to get their work done. And everybody has a common goal of getting their team better and evaluating guys. And I think that's why it works.
So Willie Adames and the San Francisco Giants are in town. It's going to be neat to see Adames at AmFam Field. So if it allows, you would assume that Adames will maybe have dinner with some of the guys, some of his old buddies with the Brewers. Does that work for camp? Like, are there any Packers players that get to swing down to Appleton and maybe have dinner or hang out with some of the Seahawk guys, or is that not really a thing?
I would think so, yeah, because I'm sure Seattle is looking at this. They obviously came out a couple of days earlier than they would if it was just playing the game. So, yeah, I would think there's no doubt. Listen, the NFL, there's relationships all over the place. Guys move around. You have college buddies. And you're going to have some time. I mean, they're not practicing. If they are, it's going to be, pretty mild today. And you have until tomorrow night when you play the preseason game. So, yeah, I would think there's no doubt guys might go try to get a round of golf in. And because you go and you compete, you fight, you scrap, and then everybody's kind of breaking the same bread when you're done with this thing. So I would think that there's no doubt. Guys, those relationships, they withstand, going to different teams and everything else. But that usually means, and I know for, in my case, if you're playing against somebody that was at the University of Wisconsin, you want to have bragging rights, and you actually want, it's like a brother relationship. You actually want to beat that guy more than maybe just some random other player.
Packers and Seahawks will kick it off for the final preseason game on Saturday, 3 o'clock kick at Lambeau. Thanks, Tausch. Have a great weekend.
All right. You too, boys.
See you, bud.
I've been around for a long, long time.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Affordable housing developer Gorman & Co.'s planned conversion of the COGS Human Services Center into 62 residential units is moving forward. The project will eventually include first-floor offices for Milwaukee County Behavioral Health Services, plus a cafe. The Milwaukee Public Market has named a new vendor. La Masa Empanada Bar plans to open a second location at the market. Livewire Group registered with the SEC to sell up to $100 million in securities. The shelf registration doesn't mean a Livewire capital raise is imminent. I'm Logan Hansen for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. When Tri-City National Bank decided to optimize their print output strategy, they needed a resource with the expertise to recommend a solution. CIO Robert Prang.
And James helped us with that analysis of what our print consumption was and what we were doing.
The outcome of the James Imaging Systems Managed Print Services recommendation?
We ended up reducing down to about 97 total printers and copiers from 197.
The impact on your print output?
We eliminated over 500,000 pages a month of output that we figured out we really didn't need.
Month after month, that adds up to savings and value.
Oh, tons of value. Those numbers add up even when it's only a penny or so per page.
Managed Print Services from James Imaging Systems. AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation. To learn more, visit jamesimaging.com.
Hey, value shoppers, Fleet Farm's having another 3-day bucket sale. Here's how it works. Pick up a 5-gallon Fleet Farm bucket for only $3.99. Then save 15% on everything you can fit inside. That's right. Any qualifying items that fit in the bucket are 15% off. So stop in and save during Fleet Farm's bucket sale, August 22nd through the 24th. And check out even more deals in our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
They've got a big name, but their game, not so much.
Brewers have shut out San Francisco.
The Brewers host the Giants in Milwaukee.
An exclamation point. It is 11-1 Crew.
Our game day coverage starts tonight at 6 with Brewers warm-up on the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
8 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News, Friday, August 22nd. Our top story this morning, FEMA assessments continue in southeast Wisconsin.
I'm Erik Bilstad. An FBI raid at the home of a former presidential security advisor.
I'm Debbie Laziga. Southbound on 41, still heavy from Appleton Avenue down to Capitol. Northbound's heavy from Watertown Plank Road all the way up past North Avenue, back on the brakes from Burleigh to Capitol. Southbound 43 looks good. Northbound's a little tight from Fond du Lac Avenue up to North. And then eastbound 94 slowing down from 70th Street all the way through the stadium. The westbound side's backed up from 35th to Mitchell Boulevard. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, just a slight chance of a shower or isolated thunderstorm tonight. Really nice day ahead with a high of 80 degrees under mostly sunny skies. Right now at 66 and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, day 2 of FEMA workers in Wisconsin. Federal workers are assessing damage from the severe flooding this month.
The FEMA teams are going door to door in 3 counties, Milwaukee, Waukesha, and Washington. They're trying to talk with families to better understand the impact of our historic flooding.
We're asking them questions. How much water was in their home? Are they unable to live in their home because of the damage that was sustained?
FEMA Rep Cassie Cohn says if you're not home, that's okay. They're just trying to get a snapshot of the flooding's impact to see whether federal aid is needed.
So by understanding the amount of water in people's homes, whether they were able to pay for the repairs or not, that helps us understand, okay, if there's no other resources available, then potentially federal assistance might be needed.
Jessica Tai, WTMJ News.
TMJ4's Charles Benson tells WTMJ that homeowners have been told to stay patient as this process plays out.
We're still a couple steps away from that financial aid arriving in Milwaukee if the president declares the county a disaster, and then that's when the process can begin where people can start applying for that financial help. But in talking to people, they need that now. They want this now, so this process seems very frustrating for them.
FEMA is expected to be in southeast Wisconsin for a few days.
Man found guilty of driving drunk and killing a 17-year-old girl in Waukesha last December. will spend 15 years behind bars. Jason Zehe, his blood alcohol level said to be 3 times over the legal limit when he crashed into Megan Voss's car. Voss's sister, Carly, addressed Zehe directly during his sentencing hearing.
She would want me to pray for you, and in that, I will pray. I will pray that during your time, you think about her and you think about your life. I pray that every time you even stare at a liquor bottle, you think of her.
5 other counts against Zehe were dismissed in exchange for 2 guilty pleas.
Following some breaking news this morning, federal agents have been seen searching the residence of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. It's happening right now at his home on the East Coast. This is President Trump has recently ramped up pressure on the DOJ to bring charges against his political opponents.
Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News the search of John Bolton's house in Maryland, just outside Washington, D.C., and being carried out by the FBI, is related to allegations that Bolton is in possession of classified records. FBI Director Kash Patel posted on X Friday morning, quote, "No one is above the law. FBI agents on mission." It wasn't immediately clear what sensitive records federal investigators believe Bolton may have possessed. Bolton has long been a target of President Trump's ire. Most recently, Trump has taken aim at Bolton's criticisms of the president's engagements with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
The embattled chair of the Federal Reserve due to speak today in Wyoming. Investors will be listening carefully for a plan about interest rate cuts or not.
Last month, Fed Chair Jerome Powell said the central bank will make decisions
based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks.
He did not mention pressure from the White House, and President Trump's been vocal in calling on the Fed to cut interest rates. Powell speaks today in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Investors will watch closely for clues about whether the Fed goes forward with cutting interest rates as expected next month. Brian Clark, ABC News.
Further expansion of the immigration detention center known as Alligator Alcatraz has been shut down following a ruling from a federal judge in Florida. News Nation's Ryan Bass.
This was President Trump's signature project highlighting his immigration crackdown. And now it is reportedly being shut down by this ruling, which is from Judge Kathleen Williams, who was an Obama appointee back in 2011. She ruled that the state and federal governments violated the National Environmental Policy Act, which requires a full environmental review before any major federal construction project can actually move forward.
That decision expected to be appealed.
Overseas, it is now officially a famine in Gaza City.
The world's leading authority on food crises, the IPC, warns the famine will spread to other areas of Gaza unless there's an immediate ceasefire and Israel lifts its restrictions on humanitarian aid.
Enough. For humanity's sake, let us in.
Tom Fletcher, the UN's humanitarian chief, says it's a famine
that forces a parent to choose which child to feed.
Israel's military says there is no famine in Gaza and calls the IPC's report false and biased. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Coming up, one more shot at a taste of the State Fair. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:06.
No one can predict how the goodness and grace of God will go to work in behalf of men.
It's Archives August with Dr. Oswald Hoffman and commentary from Michael Ziegler and Ryan Tonetti.
Gideon's problem is not that he doesn't have enough soldiers to go up against this foe. That says you've got too many.
I'm going to save you with 300 cowards.
Exactly.
This week on the Lutheran Hour.
Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
Unlock big savings on your next project when you shop at Menards. Check out Lockley electronic door locks. You'll never have to worry if you forgot to lock your door again. Control your lock from anywhere with the use of your smartphone. Keep your home safe and secure. Pick up your Lockley electronic door lock today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Looking for an e-bike? Shop Wheel and Sprocket and find rows and rows of bikes in a bunch of different styles and colors for you to see, touch, feel, and even test ride.
Visit wheelandsprocket.com for a location near you.
Life is short. Enjoy your ride.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:07.
Another Southeast Wisconsin school district plans to close buildings amid declining enrollment. Kosciuszko and J.E. Jones Elementary Schools in Cudahy due to close at the end of the 25-26 school year under a plan the school board will lay out next week. Milwaukee Journal Sentinel reporting aging infrastructure also cited as a reason for the closures. District-wide enrollment in Cudahy has declined by about 200 students in just the last 4 years.
As the new school year quickly approaches, Milwaukee Public Schools is bringing new updates to its transportation department.
MPS Senior Director of Business and Transportation Services, David Erik, tells WTMJ that parents this year can now track where their child's bus is with a new app.
Not only does it show you when the bus is getting to the stop, it also shows on the back end what time it's arriving at the school.
Erik mentions the district will also introduce new electric buses later in the coming months.
It is infrastructure build time right now, so they're putting in the lots, charging stations, and the first delivery of the vehicles, I think, are expected between winter and spring of this school year.
Sean Brinda, WTMJ News.
Fans of the popular Wisconsin State Fair cream puffs are lining up today for another shot to grab them.
After flooding forced the final day of the Wisconsin State Fair to close, cream puff fans are getting another chance today. The fair is holding a special drive-in from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. where visitors can pick up 3-packs or 6-packs of the original cream puffs. Organizers say vouchers from the canceled fair day will be accepted, and if you miss out today, the sweet tradition will also carry into next weekend's Snap-on Milwaukee Mile IndyCar event. Here on State Fair grounds, Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Yeah, you can get your 3-pack, you can get your 6-pack. You can use the voucher or you can buy them there.
Now, you have a voucher. You still got to...
Yes.
You going to run by there?
Well, I don't know if I am. Like, they're two of us. Well, someone else could if they were that interested.
All right, okay.
8:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
If you've ever worried about your heart, if you've ever loved someone with heart disease, if you've ever wondered if you're the one at risk, let's remind ourselves that we are not powerless. Because at the Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, we're pushing to outsmart heart and vascular disease by working with you personally to understand your history, assess your risks, and guide you to heart strength. By digging deep with tireless research and offering access to leading-edge clinical trials. And for the most serious conditions, including heart failure, heart valve disease, arrhythmias, and vascular diseases, we provide renowned expertise and the most advanced life-saving procedures you expect from academic medicine. So let's get out in front of heart disease. Let's outsmart it. Let's keep pushing so that every one of us can outrun it and embrace every beautiful day life in Wisconsin has to offer. To learn more about our nationally renowned heart and vascular care, visit froedtert.com/heart.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots? Whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. The Milwaukee Weight Loss Program has helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Our caring team at Milwaukee Weight Loss is ready to help you achieve your weight loss goals. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi. I dropped 40 pounds with Milwaukee Weight Loss. No crazy workouts, no meal kits or shakes, and definitely no meds or injections. They helped reset my metabolism, and the weight's actually stayed off. It's been a game changer for me. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 262-393-2334. or online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Traffic at 8:11 with Debbie Lonzica.
Okay, we've got a crash now. Westbound 94, just past Sunny Slope Road. It is off on the left shoulder, so something to keep in mind there. Eastbound 94 is backing up a bit from about Hawley Road through the Stadium interchange. Northbound 41, slowing from Watertown Plank Road up to Capitol. Southbound slow from Appleton Avenue down to Capitol Drive. Otherwise, everything else is looking pretty good. I'm Debbie Lonzica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune in to today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish roof update. It's like probably roof open. We do have a slight chance of a shower or isolated thunderstorm tonight with a low down to 66. Today looks perfect. High of 80 degrees under mostly sunny skies. Milwaukee right now at 66.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
Speaking of roof open, Looks really good weather for Sunday. It'd be a bit on the cool side with a high of 72 degrees under mostly sunny skies. And Sunday is the big tribute to Bob Uecker at American Family Field before and during the game against the Giants. And we're going to talk live with sports broadcasting legend Bob Costas, who is going to, I don't know if MC is the right word, but he'll be leading fans through some of the proceedings at American Family Field. Really cool that he'll be in town for that, a longtime friend of Ueck. And we're going to speak live with him coming up just about 10 minutes from now here on Wisconsin's Morning News. I want to bring this story to your attention because this week we spent a little bit of time on it. Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson appointed a guy by the name of Adam Purcell to be the new director of Milwaukee's Office of Wellness and Community Safety. A controversial pick on two fronts. One, Mayor Johnson sort of plucked him out of nowhere. Nobody knew it was coming. He was not one of the three finalists for the job. And then the other was, oh, by the way, he's a convicted murderer.
A lot of things happened simultaneously. So rival gang members came. I did not recognize them at the time. The gang leader who did told myself and my would-be future adult co-defendant to get out our guns, and we both did.
What happened then?
There was a conversation held. I could hear my co-defendant asking them if they belonged to a specific gang. Did not hear the response that they gave. I assumed it was in the affirmative because then the response was shooting, to which I then grabbed my gun, I ran across the street, and I also started shooting.
How many shots were fired?
20 in all, I believe.
And you fired how many?
As many as the gun held, I can't remember. No more than 6.
But one of those bullets hit one of the other gang members.
2, unfortunately.
You shot 2 men.
Correct. And one, unfortunately, did not survive.
So that's Purcell. You heard WTMJ's Libby Collins in there. They're doing this interview, and actually, as it worked out, this was just before his appointment to the position that now we've been talking about for the last week. Purcell was 15 years old at the time. Fascinating to get inside how these things happen. He's sharing all of it. He already has shared his story.
Really open about it, which is appreciated.
So when he was sentenced, Purcell was the youngest inmate in the adult system in Wisconsin history. And he told Libby he continued making some bad decisions after getting sentenced to life in prison.
You beat up a guard?
Correct. I made a statement out of my mouth after a cell search. I said, if the conduct report that comes back from the contraband that was in my cell was a major ticket, I'm going to beat up the police, as we call them.
What contraband did you have?
There was so much. Everything from shanks to drug paraphernalia to you name it, we probably had it in our cell. As soon as I made this statement, I tried to put those words back in my mouth, but they are out there. The conduct report came back. It was a major ticket, which means they could send you to solitary confinement. I made the statement, when I see the officer again, I'm going to put my hands on him. And that's what I did, unfortunately. And then I was charged with another crime for beating him up. There was definitely blood. There was a number of punches thrown by me, and I received some more time for that instance.
Not suggesting he didn't deserve it, but he did 4 years in solitary confinement after that. And then spent more years. He was at the Supermax prison. Adam Purcell ultimately turned his life around. He was out on early release, says he's left his gang life behind him while even still behind bars. And at that time, he didn't know if he would make parole.
So when you went back into general population, how did your life in prison change from what it was like while you were still a gang member?
It was uncomfortable at first. I did cover up my tattoos, and there were a lot of people that were not happy because I'd risen up the ranks of the gang, and so without getting into too much detail, unpleasant is just the word I'll use. On the other side, a lot of the guards, they were very skeptical because I was a hellion. I mean, I was wild and out of control before I left the Supermax. And so when I came back, I think they thought I was putting on an act, but I would eventually end up going up to every single guard that I ever disrespected, wronged, put my hands on, and apologize.
So is this the guy? This is the guy who's the right choice to lead an office that was formerly known as the Office of Violence and Prevention? I guess we'll see, right? That debate is ongoing. It is now the Office of Wellness and Community Safety. So a really timely interview. Adam Purcell sharing his story about joining that gang at 14, committed murder at 15, decades in prison, what he did in there, how he turned it all around, and he's sharing that with Libby Collins. We'll be hearing more from him in WTMJ Conversations. That's at 11 a.m. on Sunday.
It'll be a great hour. Can't miss radio right
Libby
there.
has such good questions, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I always learn from her, and it's fascinating. And again, Purcell is willing to share all of this stuff. So that is all coming up. WTMJ Conversations at 11 a.m. Live interview with sports broadcast legend Bob Costas, who will be in town for the Bob Uecker celebration this weekend. That's coming up next on Wisconsin's Morning News. Checking in first with Debbie Lozigan on your morning drive.
Yeah, westbound 94, that accident just about at Sunny Slope Road's got the left lane blocked with emergency crews on the scene now. So that's where we're starting to see those delays kicking in from just west of Highway 100 all the way to that point. Something to keep in mind. Southbound 41 slowing from Silver Spring down to Capitol. Northbound from Watertown Plank Road up to Capitol. And then eastbound 94, a little bit of a backup heading through the stadium interchange to 35th Street. I'm Debbie Lozigan with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Lake Geneva. It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside resorts and spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
Vince Vitrano here for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Update on the knee here. I was back in to see my guy, Dr. Hollab at OAW, because I tweaked my knee. It was actually the one he did surgery on a few years ago. I was playing tennis the other day. So Doc and his whole team at OAW spent a lot of time looking at it. And I guess the good news is no structural damage to the ligaments or tendons. Doc said he had no concerns with me getting back out there. And here's the thing. Confident in that assessment without ordering a bunch of additional expensive tests. He even told me, he's like, I don't need to order an MRI at this point. You can certainly do one if you're more comfortable with it, but nothing more right now. I need to see. All it will do is end up costing you a bunch more money. Boy, that really matters. Like, that is honest. It's an expert evaluation. It's what you're going to get from OAW. Not a bunch of folks waiting to nickel and dime you with a whole bunch of tests you don't need. It's docs who know and understand what you most want to do is get back out there. You want to play your golf or your softball or work in the garden, do things pain-free, and they are committed to that end. If you do ultimately need surgery, or if you need to know just if you're good and everything in between, Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. You get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
For senior living where comfort meets community, welcome to the Waters of Pewaukee, an experience designed with you in mind. Enjoy beautiful, spacious apartments, chef-prepared meals, and enriching daily activities that bring joy and purpose. Whether it's independent living, assisted care, or memory support, you'll find a compassionate staff, modern amenities, and the peace of mind you deserve at the Waters of Pewaukee. You're not just moving in, you're coming home. Schedule a tour and learn more today at thewaters.com.
AccuNet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
Patrick and Monica initially chose a bank to get pre-approved and provide financing for the purchase of their first home. But they were getting a bad feeling when a week after their offer was accepted, the bank still hadn't locked in their rate, nor had the appraisal been ordered. Monica shared her concerns with a friend who happened to be a multi-time AccuNet client. That led to Monica connecting with one of our senior loan consultants the same day, and after gathering some information and reviewing options, we locked in their rate right then and there with loan costs $3,600 lower than what the bank had quoted. The appraisal was ordered right away too, and the loan closed on time just 3 weeks later. We also noticed an oversight in the contract that led to a $3,000 credit from the seller. You can get a generic pre-approval and average or worse service from a bank, or you can get the kind of fast service, advice, attention to detail, and savings that made Monica and Patrick AccuNet's latest raving fans. All you got to do to get started is click on the blue button at AccuNet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
When you breathe well, you live better. Find out more at AdventKnows.com.
They've got a big name, but their game, not so much.
Brewers have shut out San Francisco.
The Brewers host the Giants in Milwaukee.
Fly ball right center field, lead back, track, wall, bye-bye baseball.
Our game day coverage starts tonight at 6 with Brewers warm-up.
An exclamation point. It is 11-1 Crew.
We are the home of the Brewers. WTMJ.
8:21 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Long promised since we learned of the death of legendary broadcaster Bob Uecker. The Milwaukee Brewers almost immediately said, we will find a time for fans who can take part in an honorarium at a special game that is coming up on Sunday afternoon.
I want to find that tape. We got to find that tape.
We'd be better off listening to adhesive tape.
Oh, no, come on, Bob. It's going to be good. If you're able to be there in person, we'll have more information on how you can hear some of the extensive pregame moments right here on your Brewers flagship, WTMJ. Leading the proceedings at American Family Field on Sunday, himself a Hall of Fame broadcaster and longtime friend of Bob Uecker, Bob Costas. Now, Costas was, well, he was in town for a memorial service for Uecker earlier, but also prior to that in Bob's last season behind the mic.
Well, yeah, and oftentimes Costas, if he could, he'd find some time to get in the booth with you because they have so many stories. They worked together on NBC way back when, and so whenever they were available. So last year, late in the season in Arizona, those two spent several innings together.
You know, it's pretty much in my unwritten life contract that if something big involving you happens, they dedicate a statue, I'm there. They put together...
You were?
Yeah, they put together a bunch of videos that play, I guess, in the Brewers Museum or whatever it is. Somebody's got to interview you so you can get off all your lines.
I'm
there.
That?
I'm there, yeah. I figure as much mileage as I've gotten out of your material at banquets and whatnot, when you beckon, I have to respond.
And you have.
Yeah.
You have. And very nicely, I might add, and very kindly.
So it should come as no surprise that Costas will be doing a lot of the festivities ahead of the game on Sunday.
And we should mention we were set to speak with Costas. He has a lot going today. I believe he may be involved in the memorial service that's going on for Ryan Sandberg down in Chicago
today.
So we are trying to connect with him, but we were supposed to talk with Costas at some point here this morning. So apologize for that as I teased it for 8:20 here. We'll see if we can still connect with him through the day. I mentioned that memorial service that he was part of here in Milwaukee, and I was really honored to be among a group at the Milwaukee Theater who were able to be there for that. The thing that stood out to me most about Costas and his presence there, was we spend so much time talking about how hilarious Bob Uecker was, right?
Right, yeah.
And all the funny stuff and the Mr. Baseball and the Johnny Carson. And that is, of course, one of the reasons we loved him. But Bob Costas, if you know him and you know his work, he has great reverence for the game of baseball. And he would not tolerate just some clown, right, who doesn't know what he's talking about. And there was a lot of conversation with Costas and the other great baseball people, baseball legends who were there to honor him about how much Bob Uecker knew about baseball
stuff.
And how much he could tell you about what was happening. So that really stood out to me. And Costas, again, going to be in town Sunday.
I think people would get a kick out of our text chains going back many years because we never address each other by our actual names. We have to use the names of obscure players from the 50s and 60s. So I'll sign a text, Vic Davalillo.
Yes.
And you'll send yours back, Phil Gagliano.
Exactly. Yeah, it goes on that way all the time.
It does. And we haven't run out of players yet.
So as far as Sunday goes, the Brewers Radio Network is going to carry that presentation or whatever you would call it, the ceremony ahead of time. So you will be able to hear it and see it. It'll be on TV as well. FanDuel has the game on Sunday. So you'll be able to enjoy that if you can't make the game. So that's helpful. So I know there's a lot of people that were missing out on that and wanted to make sure they could catch it.
I do not have, even from the Brewers, a list of who else is all involved in this. I mean, we know our local team. I know Brian Anderson may have a role. Levering and Lane Grindle will have a role. Josh Mauer, who are part of our radio broadcast team as well. Folks will have different things to do and different opportunities. I mean, Levo and Lane were a part of things at that service earlier that I was at.
Yep.
And so there is that, but in terms of what other baseball giants may show up and be a part of this, one of the reasons that it took this long to get it together is you got to line everybody's schedules.
Yep.
There's some big timers who are involved. I mean, Joe Torre was in of Yankees fame, and he actually played with Uecker. Some of his stories are really fun. You get back to the playing days of these guys. They roomed together for a bit. Really good stories.
Don't forget, too, and not that it's all about Willie Adames, but Adames had a relationship with Uecker, and he plays for the Giants now, and the San Francisco Giants are in town. So that's kind of cool that you're getting. And Pat Murphy told us on Tuesday that they're going to play a small role, or he is. He He didn't want to say how much. He's like, a small limited role might play for that. So he was looking forward to it because they'll bring them in some fashion.
And, oh, by the way, there's baseball for you.
Right, yeah,
right.
Then you have the game.
Right, and that will be respected as well. So we're told in addition to the pregame, which they want fans in their seats, what did you say, 12:15?
Yeah.
And then the game starts a little bit later as well. It's like 1:40 start or something like that on Sunday afternoon. So there'll be a lot of lead up and then things happening through the game as well. It's all happening at American Family Field on Sunday.
I'm rifling through all my best euchre stories, going back into a mental inventory, and I'm eliminating almost all of them because they can't be told on the air.
You got it. You got it.
Hey, John Mercure here for Certa Pro Painters. They painted our house, the outside of the house, fantastic. They did the parts in the sun, the parts in the shade, the parts on the north side, the parts on the south side. They paid attention to detail the whole way. They went the extra mile all day long. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C for your home or your business. They do both. They pay a lot of attention. They took a lot of time with our house, and it looks absolutely perfect. Each Certa Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated. They're the real deal. They're the best in the business. It's Certa Pro Painters.
Hi, this is Michelle Voskel, CPA and team member at the Neal Group. So the big, beautiful bill is now law. How does the new law affect individuals? For starters, the current tax rates topping out at 37% are made permanent. Taxpayers age 65 or older get an extra $6,000 deduction, but with a phase-out. Social Security is still taxable as it has been. You heard me. Social Security is still taxable, depending on your income. Individuals may deduct up to $25,000 in qualified tip income. Up to $12,500 of the premium for overtime pay is deductible. Of course, there are restrictions. You earned it. We help you keep it. Call 414-325-2040 now to set up a meeting to see how you are affected by these and other provisions of the new law. Don't be surprised on April 15th. That's 414-325-2040 or visit nealgroup.net.
Loyalty, family. Few things are more important. This is WTMJ's Steve Scafidi and Loyal Family Renovations. They saved the day after a brutal storm in Oak Creek. Hail damage, yeah, I had a lot of it. But Jeff, Jake, and the whole team, absolute pros, made the entire process smooth as can be. Let's be honest, not everyone knows how to deal with adjusters. They handle all the questions, quick answers, top-notch customer service. In just 2 days, my roof was done. If storm damage hits, call the team that made it easy for me. Loyal Family Renovations. Visit loyalfamilyrenovations.com.
No matter what we were doing, the Brewer game was always on. Kind of the background of my childhood. I wore number 17.
Oh, you did? I didn't know that was my number.
Yep. This is my friend Jim Gantner. Jim was always my favorite player. We did Jim's roof up in Eden.
Right. The great job he does on homes. Most important is honesty, integrity, and doing a great job.
See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
It's one of the hottest topics when it comes to finance and your money, the One Big Beautiful Bill. If you haven't read it, we don't blame you. It's 900 pages with 400 just for tax provisions. Not exactly light reading. You know who has read it? Annex Wealth Management. That's where Instant Insight webinars come in. They're designed to provide clarity for today's hot topics. Get up to speed fast. Check out the full Instant Insight schedule at annexwealth.com/events. Unbiased advice from a fee-only fiduciary. Find out more at annexwealth.com.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The FBI is right now searching the Maryland home of John Bolton, who served as National Security Advisor during the first Trump administration, but who has become a fierce critic of the president. Sources tell ABC News the search is related to the possible possession of classified records. A person familiar with the matter has confirmed that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has signed an order authorizing the latest National Guard troops arriving in Washington, D.C. to carry weapons if their mission requires it. Mississippi declaring a public health emergency over rising infant mortality, nearly 10 deaths per 1,000 births, nearly double the national average. A fire raging in Napa County, California. ABC's Zach Fuentes is nearby.
The bad news, 2,100 acres, 0% containment. The good news, it has moved away from the town here. No reports of any injuries, and our heroes are hard at work making sure it stays that way.
The fire burning amid a heat wave in the west. This is ABC News.
Westbound 94 still dealing with an accident just about at Sunny Slope Road. We've got the left lane blocked right now, so that's going to be slow coming out of the Highway 100 area all the way to that point. Then delays southbound 41 coming in from Appleton Avenue all the way down to Capitol Drive, northbound from Mayfair Road up past Capitol. Rest of the system looking pretty good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 80 degrees under mostly sunny skies today. Slight chance of a shower, isolated thunderstorm overnight with a low of 66. Right now it's 69 in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the man found guilty of driving drunk and killing a 17-year-old girl in Waukesha is due to spend 15 years behind bars. That incident happened back in December. Jason Zehe, authorities say his blood alcohol level was more than 3 times the legal limit when he crashed into Megan Voss's car. Zehe expressed remorse in court.
My actions the night of the 30th were unexcusable and irreversible. I lay awake every night wishing things were different, wishing it was me who passed and not Megan.
5 other counts against Zehe were dismissed in exchange for 2 guilty pleas that will ultimately put him behind bars for 15 years.
Representatives from FEMA will be out again today touring flood-damaged areas of southeast Wisconsin. Meanwhile, $1 million to repair a flooded park in Wauwatosa.
That's how much the Tosa Foundation is donating to support flood recovery efforts at Hart Park. The stadium parking lot, softball field, facilities, and green space were heavily damaged in the historic flooding earlier this month. The city of Wauwatosa is still evaluating the damage and coordinating repairs. Some areas reopened today, including the pedestrian bridge. Access to the park will reopen via 70th Street, but 72nd Street will remain closed. You can find the timelines for when other park amenities will reopen at WTMJ.com. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
A Wisconsin lawmaker and former Navy SEAL telling his story of springing into action to save a young boy's life.
Congressman Derek Van Orden was traveling through Iowa last weekend when he witnessed a terrible accident on Interstate 35.
And my wife said, "What was that?" And I looked at her and I said, "Someone just died." It was that horrific of a crash.
Van Orden tells Wisconsin's Afternoon News he used random items from his own vehicle to help an 11-year-old boy who was badly injured.
He was bleeding significantly. I'm not just a retired SEAL, I'm a retired combat medic. This is essentially a war wound.
Van Orden later visited the boy in the hospital and he was in stable condition.
And that kid was one of the bravest people I've ever met in my entire life.
Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office honoring retirees of the force at its first of its kind event this week.
The event was planned by a community action committee. Deputy Charles Braden tells WTMJ.
We had reached out to our retirees, started organizing some of this stuff, and it's important to hear from them because we haven't been here long. And so to hear people that have been on the agency 7, 8, 10 years prior to us is important to help bring this together.
The committee also planned the second annual National Night Out, which immediately followed. The goal of that is community engagement and awareness of resources. Elizabeth Linton, WTMJ News.
Cream Puff fans have another chance today to grab the sweet treats from the Wisconsin State Fair. So if you had vouchers for Cream Puffs that you hope to cash in at the fair, they will be accepted at today's event. Carol is out there telling WTMJ she wanted to make sure she and her family took advantage.
We were headed up here. We got to Union Grove. My son looked at the site and he says, "Ma, they closed State Fair." I said, "No, I love State Fair. It's been my second home since childhood."
So she came to get her Cream Puffs today nonetheless. The event for the Cream Puffs runs until 5 o'clock tonight at Wisconsin State Fair Park.
And we have some good news, by the way. We're scheduled to speak with Bob Costas at 8:20, but we got our lines mixed up, so we're going to check in with him for Brewers 360. So Bob Costas
He called
joins
Pancake,
us.
so we're good.
Called Greg, and we've lined that up, so we'll talk to him in 10 minutes. News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Stocks opening up in the green. The Dow is up 277. The NASDAQ opening up 26, and the S&P is up 21.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
After a serious accident, you'll need a winning team to protect your rights. Trust Wisconsin's own Ruger Law Offices. Proud partner of your Milwaukee Brewers. One call, that's all.
Traffic is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Highway 100 and Layton Avenue in Greenfield. 23rd and Lincoln and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee. Great bargains and a great cause. You're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
You got me. It was my fault. I started it. Right?
I didn't do anything. I'm just sitting over here having some coffee.
Well, I got to do this here.
Go ahead.
See it for yourself. Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets Milwaukee was talking to my friend Katie there, and she sent me some photos from the Parade of Homes, which is going on right now. And she's really excited because she personally designed every closet space in one of these homes that's on display. It's a gorgeous Menominee Falls home. She's really proud of the work. And the Parade of Homes continues now, and you can tour the house that Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets worked on. And I can send you some of the pictures if you want to see and details on how to find this home specifically. Text closet to the WTMJ Talk and Text line. That's 855-616-1620. I'll send you the link. You'll get a lot of ideas for your home just from these few pictures. And if you want to visit in person, hop on the tour of homes and see it for yourself. That runs through September 1st. All the info is there. Text closet to 855-616-1620. Inspired days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
The 2025 Metro Builders Association Parade of Homes presented by Nuns. See 12 new homes by MBA Builders in 2 Menominee Falls neighborhoods, Quietwood and Bella Vista Estates. See the latest new home designs, grand finishes, and cutting-edge features in convenient subdivision locations that offer exciting opportunities to build your dream home. Don't miss the Metro Builders Association Parade of Homes, August 9th through September 1st. For tickets and hours, visit mbaparadeofhomes.com today.
8:38 on Wisconsin's Morning News. You've been making fun of me because I wanted to do the lottery story today.
You used to give me such a hard time every time we would do a lotto story. Complaining about it.
Because you have astronomical chances of winning the lottery, like the big jackpot. And
you have bought tickets just like the rest of us.
Yes, right. What you're really buying is like a day's worth of optimism. You're buying the right to dream for 48 hours or 24 hours or whatever. You dream, well, if we did win, this
or
would
the
be cool.
obligation to pitch into the office pool of buying tickets because you don't want to be the one guy in the office who didn't buy a ticket and then lose out on a chance to win.
I've not said this like as a matter of just saying stuff on the radio. A legitimate fear in my life that has given me anxiety over some of these situations is the day that everybody collects for the office pool. Hey, let's all buy tickets for whatever. That I would either not be there, or you're sick, or you're like, yeah, get me later. I'll grab my wallet, and you don't get in, right? And then it hits, and you're the one person in your workplace who didn't win. And outside of, yeah, sure, you could be happy for everybody, and I'm sure you'd throw a little something at me, wouldn't you?
Ooh, that's a good question.
A little something.
Well, it depends on how much we all win. Like if we all divide like 20 mil, I'll give you 50 bucks.
If your take is 20 mil.
I'll buy you lunch. I mean,
I wanted a little more than lunch.
Yes, I would.
But right, that's a legit fear. You've heard of that happening to people, right? This person was gone when everybody at the factory,
so
got in
anyway,
on it.
what is happening
There's
today?
This sliding scale of when we should start talking about it, and it's always when the jackpots get really big, right? Some of the jackpots for Mega Millions and for Powerball have gone north of $1 billion. So I don't know what our standard is, but we're nearly $750 million. So I thought I would bring it up today.
That's a decent amount of cash.
Estimated jackpot for the Powerball growing to $700 million. Here's Good Morning America.
This is the 11th largest jackpot in Powerball history. And if you're lucky enough to get the winning ticket and are the only winner, you would take home a lump sum of about $316 million. But that is before taxes. After taxes, you walk away with about 25% less.
1 in 292 million. The odds of hitting all 5 numbers plus the Powerball.
Okay. You're more likely to go to the ER for a pogo stick related injury or become the president of the United States.
All right. But get your tickets now. Definitely get in on that office pool. I'm telling you. To put your head on the pillow every night and for your last thought to be, I could have been set.
And usually that's
just
like
been there.
40 tickets.
Yeah. You realize how hard it is to win the Powerball. We had a regular thing going at TMJ4 for.
I know. I coughed up for that occasionally.
Right? And then so we'd give you, we were like 50 tickets. Well, you got to win something, right? And you'd win $3. 50 tickets, and your take was like $3.
And then they'd buy another ticket with the extra cash.
We'll throw that in for next week. Yeah. So for most of us, it's throwing money away. But I just look at it as buying a few hours to dream about what might you do with all that cash. Tomorrow night is the next Powerball drawing. 8:41. Sports broadcasting legend Bob Costas, as promised in Brewers 360. That is next. We will check the morning drive here first with Debbie, though.
Yep, westbound 94 still has that left lane blocked just west of Sunny Slope Road with a crash. So that's going to be causing big problems coming out of the Zoo Interchange all the way to that point. Eastbound's looking pretty good all the way into the Marquette. North and southbound 43, all clear at the moment. Southbound 41, a little bit tight from Appleton Avenue down past Hampton, where there's a broken down vehicle in the left lane. On the northbound side, we've got a little bit of a backup right around the North Avenue curve. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Did you know, according to research, a majority of people gain their weight back after stopping those expensive weight loss shots? Don't become another statistic. The doctor-developed Milwaukee weight loss program doesn't just help you lose weight, it helps you keep it off for good. We've helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks and maintain the results long-term. No more yo-yo dieting or weight regain. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi. I dropped 40 pounds. Yes, 40 pounds of Milwaukee weight loss. No crazy workouts, none of the meals, kits, or the shakes, and definitely no meds or injections. They helped reset my metabolism, and the weight's actually stayed off now for 6 months. It's been a game changer for me. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. I lost 40, as I said, in about 6 months. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 262-393-2334 or go online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Again, that's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Vince Vitrano here for Urban Heating and Cooling, my HVAC guys. And another thing that you may have thought about with some basement flooding is check that furnace unit. It may be going okay right now. Your AC may be working, but it might be a good idea to have somebody out and take a look at that. Make sure you're not going to have trouble here once the heating season begins. If you had a lot of water in the basement, definitely recommend. And everybody needs an HVAC guy. So my guys, a husband and wife team, it's Ryan and Ellie. They're both folks who are from here, and they've got this great family-owned business now. They're based in Franklin, but they serve all of southeast Wisconsin. So Ryan can get out to the house, take a look at your furnace, your AC unit, make sure everything is going okay, and really a great time to talk to him before it's an emergency. You can also look at upgrading. How about your air conditioner? How's that been doing during our summer heat? If it's time for a new AC unit, Urban Heating and Cooling can offer financing options to make that more affordable. I've got your HVAC guy. Tell him Vinny sent you. It's urbanheatingandcooling.com.
Hey, value shoppers, Fleet Farm's having another 3-day bucket sale. Here's how it works. Pick up a 5-gallon Fleet Farm bucket for only $3.99. Then save 15% on everything you can fit inside. That's right. Any qualifying items that fit in the bucket are 15% off. So stop in and save during Fleet Farm's bucket sale, August 22nd through the 24th. And check out even more deals in our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
8:44 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited and Big Fish Contracting. Long promise since we first even learned of the death of legendary broadcaster Bob Uecker was the Brewers were telling us right away, we'll do something. We'll do something for all of the fans so you can honor Ueck. And that is coming up at a special game Sunday afternoon.
We'd be better off listening to adhesive tape.
It's going to be good. Even if you're not able to be there in person, we will have more information on how you can hear some of the extensive pregame moments right here in your Brewers flagship, WTMJ. Leading the proceedings at American Family Field on Sunday, himself a Hall of Fame broadcaster and longtime friend of Bob Uecker, Bob Costas. And Bob is on the line with us this morning. Bob, thanks so much for the time this morning. And really, on behalf of Brewers fans, I want to thank you for coming back to Milwaukee and for helping us honor our man.
Yeah, a lasting, enduring friendship. Bob and I were in touch literally until days before he passed away. And I know that there really isn't anything original I can say here that hasn't been said already. There was never anyone like him before he arrived, and there will never be anyone like him again. The combination of his extraordinary broadcasting ability, even if he never said anything funny, even if he was never in the Major League movies or the Miller Lite commercials or on Johnny Carson, even just as a play-by-play guy, he was fantastic. But then when you put that together with his unique personality and the bond he had for more than half a century throughout Wisconsin and in Brewer Nation as the voice of the team, that will never be equaled, never even approached again.
We're talking with Bob Costas. You know, Bob, I was at that special event that you helped MC here earlier in the year, and that was one of my primary takeaways. I was telling my friend Erik here, like, there was a lot of great baseball talk, and I think we focus so much on how funny Bob Uecker was. But, I mean, I just look at you. You have a great passion for America's pastime, a reverence for the game. And if Uecker were just some sort of clown, I don't think you'd have paid him much time.
Oh, no, not at all. He knew the game. And, you know, when he was with me and Joe Morgan in the 90s on NBC, he was a color man / analyst. I was calling the game. But luckily, I knew him well enough and was familiar with a lot of his little riffs that he did that I would throw him a batting practice fastball, and he'd get off a great line or tell an anecdote, and then he'd kind of give me 5, you know, on the side. So we had a good chemistry going, and fans may remember this. Whenever I was in town, either in Milwaukee, I'd drop by and do a few innings in the booth with Uke, and the ongoing gag was that I was auditioning to be the third man in the Brewer booth. And so I'd start to call it, and he'd let's sort of sotto voce, good, real good, or loosen up, you're a little tight. I'll forget about that. Anyone's in a while, you know. It's just like that was our ongoing thing, and people seemed to like it.
Bob, it's funny you bring that up because we remember hearing you and Bob for several innings when they were playing the Diamondbacks late last year in the fall.
Yeah.
And as we listened to that, and we played highlights from that on this program, I don't know if I like using the word eulogize, but I'll use it just for lack of a better term. It almost appeared to us, listening to you talk to Uke, to celebrate Uke in the booth sitting next to him, that you were like trying to make sure he knew how much you and all of us appreciated him at that moment. It was like you were giving him like a living eulogy there.
Well, I guess so. It was late September, late in the regular season. I knew for sure that that would be Uke's last season at the mic. We didn't know how long he'd still be with us. We knew it wasn't all that long, but for certain, these were his last few games. So I made it a point to come to Milwaukee and spend some time with him. And then the next day after that Saturday night game, my wife and I went out to Bob's house and we had lunch with Bob and Judy, and we treasured the pictures we have from that day. And I treasure all the memories I had with him, both on the air and off.
Bob Costas is with us here on Wisconsin's Morning News. As you know, Bob, Brewers are in the midst of a magical season. We just came off a 14-game winning streak. Took 2 of 5 against the Cubs, which was good enough to keep a 7-game lead in the division. There has been talk out loud, even in the Brewers organization, of this idea that Uke's up there looking down and doing what he can to help direct the traffic down here. I don't know how much attention you would give to that, but man, it certainly feels like it.
Who's to say it isn't so? And certainly, if they get all the way to the World Series, and they have as good a shot at it as any team does, many of those games will be dedicated to Uke, not just by the front office, not just by fellow broadcasters, not just in ceremonies like the one we'll have on Sunday at the ballpark, but in the clubhouse. And that was one of the many things that was unique about Uke. You think of the all-time great broadcasters. I spent a lot of time in St. Louis. Jack Buck, one of the greatest of the great, had tremendous respect, regard, and affection, not just from Cardinal fans, but from the players. Vin Scully, same thing in Los Angeles. You can make a list. But what none of them had, even the broadcasters who were former players, was that connection to the team. I mean, Uke had his own locker. Went to the playoffs, they voted him a full share, which, of course, he immediately sent to charity. He's in the midst of all those locker room celebrations. Kind of connection, a deeper connection between Uke, the broadcaster, and the players for the Brewers than any other broadcaster I can think of. And several of the players who I talked about talked with after Bob's passing were choked up. You saw how choked up Christian Yelich was. You saw how choked up Robin Yount was. This was a deep, deep connection to a team, to a fan base, and to that team's players.
What can you tell us about Sunday? I know that a lot of that is kind of under wraps and don't want to share anything too soon, but really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen there before the game.
Well, there will be videos, which will be very entertaining, that kind of trace us around the bases from home plate and then back to home again in the various steps of life. Bob, the player, and no one ever capitalized on futility to the extent that Bob did. So Bob the player, then Bob the broadcaster, Bob the entertainer with Johnny Carson and the movies and the commercials and all the rest, and Bob's connection to his home state of Wisconsin and his adopted hometown of Milwaukee and the Milwaukee that. And there'll be people on the stage who I will speak with, and Brian, who will be immediately recognizable to everybody in the ballpark.
Hall of Fame broadcaster Bob Costas with us. Looking forward to having you back in Milwaukee, Bob. I really appreciate, as a Brewers fan, you coming back here and being a part of this. Your name was the first one to surface when we started talking about, the Brewers are going to have someone like, got to have Bob Costas here, right?
Right.
So appreciate you coming back to Milwaukee to help us honor you.
Thanks. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
Brewers Radio Network coverage will begin at 12:25 on Sunday with that first pitch around 1:40 against the Giants.
Good seats, hey, buddy. He missed the tag. He missed the tag.
One more time before 9 o'clock on the roads. Debbie.
All right, westbound 94, still dealing with that accident just west of Sunny Slope Road. Tow truck's on the scene now, and everything, for the most part, has been moved off to the left shoulder. Still seeing delays coming out of the Zoo interchange all the way to Sunny Slope Road. And then more pockets of heavy traffic on southbound 41 from Appleton Avenue down to Hampton. Northbound's backing up right around the North Avenue curve, and then again a little bit past Capitol Drive. Everything else is looking good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Buying a new roof might not be the most exciting thing you'll do this year, but for us at Big Fish Contracting, being chosen to do that roof for you not only provides income for multiple families in southeastern Wisconsin, but has a global reach and impact around the world. To us, it's more than just a roof. We've been earning trust for over 2 decades, roofing, siding, windows, and more. Go to bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Imagine that unbelievable new deck in your backyard. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck builder. Building new decks and replacing old ones, creating that $1 million feeling every time you relax in your own backyard. Looking for a company to make your backyard scream wow? Stop by Outdoor Living Unlimited's resourceful Waukesha showroom and visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
It's summer now, but you know what's coming down the pike? Yup, cold weather and high heating bills. Gene Miller here, and now is a great time to order new windows from my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. With national brands like Anderson, Pella, Marvin, and Softlight, Hometown can offer replacement windows that fit every home, style, and budget. Whether you're looking for wood, Fibrex, fiberglass, or vinyl, Hometown has a product for you. August is Marvin month. Call or stop in to win a Yeti cooler. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
4 years ago, I opened a doggy dream space unlike anything in Wisconsin. A place that offers it all: daycare, boarding, grooming, and a one-of-a-kind indoor-outdoor dog park and tavern. A hangout as fun for humans as it is for hounds. I'm Leah, proud owner of the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls. Our love, passion, and commitment to dogs and the community are at the core of everything we do. From our incredible staff to top-tier services, we've built something truly special at the Hounds and Tap. Come see for yourself. Visit the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls today.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
8:56 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Our thanks to broadcast legend Bob Costas for a few minutes with us on Wisconsin's Morning News. Greg Pancake Hill produces the program and also throws everything up on the podcast page, so he will have that up shortly this morning if you want to hear or share that interview. And anytime you can text Vince to 855-616-1620, the Siding Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line, and that gets you a link to the podcast page, so that'll be up here momentarily.
Hey, happening today, the White House says President Trump is expected to make an announcement from the Oval Office at 11 a.m.
Announcements.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Well, it doesn't say. The White House isn't saying. Now, there are a couple of things happening today. House Oversight Committee anticipates the DOJ will begin providing records that pertain to the Jeffrey Epstein files today. So there is some information that's said to come out of that. Not sure what that would be, if anything, that would suggest you need a speech from the Oval Office.
It's odd they don't give you a topic.
Right.
Usually an announcement regarding...
And usually we know because someone knows something, and they leak that out to the press.
You mentioned the Epstein thing. Can I just say this real quick? I can't figure out who wants this stuff out and who doesn't.
Right.
I can't figure out if the administration really wants it out or they're just saying they want it out, but then they're running into these rules. We don't know. We can't, if they do or if they don't. I can't figure out if some of these Democrats that have pushed for the release, if they really do want it to get out or don't. I can't figure out if Republicans want it. I can't figure it out.
The only thing I can confirm on that is that I'd put money on it that there's no way anything gets released that's going to embarrass the current administration.
Okay.
It's just not.
Because it's in their hands?
Yeah, why would they do that? So if you think there's a smoking gun that all of a sudden is going to embarrass the president in some way, it's not. They're not going to release that. If that exists, they're not going to send that out. The other thing that's happening, though, today is the John Bolton situation. So the former national security advisor who has been at odds with Trump, they were friendly at one point. They worked together at one point, but the feds have been raiding his home this morning in Bethesda. So is there something from that that's going to be tied to the president at 11 a.m.? Again, just suggesting what's happening today in Washington. Don't know if they're any way tied.
Woodward's book said one of the reasons President Trump didn't want Bolton in his administration was because he couldn't get past the mustache.
Didn't like it, huh?
Woodward wrote about that.
It is a unique mustache.
He couldn't get past. He didn't like. He said the mustache looked ridiculous. Can't have that guy working around here. Drive me crazy. Business headlines are up next. They're sponsored by Horicon Bank. Together, doing good. HoriconBank.com, the natural choice.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Affordable housing developer Gorman & Co.'s planned conversion of the COGS Human Services Center into 62 residential units is moving forward. The project will eventually include first-floor offices for Milwaukee County Behavioral Health Services, plus a cafe. The Milwaukee Public Market has named a new vendor. La Masa Empanada Bar plans to open a second location at the market. Livewire Group registered with the SEC to sell up to $100 million in securities. The shelf registration doesn't mean a Livewire capital raise is imminent. I'm Logan Hansen for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Doing banking differently since 1896. Greg Matzik here for Horicon Bank. Think about that for a second. Over 100 years of focus on the community and your business. At Horicon Bank, financing requests can be approved in days, not weeks, because your banker understands you and your business. And yes, Horicon Bank is expanding, but they've not lost that community-minded feel. I trust Horicon Bank. I've connected with Horicon Bank, and I invite you to do the same. It's Horicon Bank, truly the natural choice, member FDIC.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing, too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for Tri-County Contracting. You've heard about Tri-County Contracting and their worry-free roof tune-up. You've heard about their instant roof quote. But don't forget, Tri-County Contracting also handles windows. Our project at my home moving right along right now, and the process has been so easy and thorough. It's nice when you can trust the team you're working with and know that they are looking out for you. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. It's worry-free roofing, siding, and also windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
This is Al Feckler at Cannon and Dunphy. Call me old school, but I have such great memories of growing up in Milwaukee, going to ball games at County Stadium, cruising on Highway 100, even seeing Cannon and Dunphy commercials as a kid. That's because for over 40 years, Cannon and Dunphy has been leveling the playing field against big corporations and insurance companies so people like you, people I grew up with in Milwaukee, could get the justice they deserve. I guess I like to call that old school justice. If you're injured, call the team at Cannon and Dunphy.
They've got a big name, but their game, not so much.
Brewers have shut out San Francisco.
The Brewers host the Giants in Milwaukee.
An exclamation point. It is 11-1 Crew.
Our game day coverage starts tonight at 6 with Brewers warm-up on the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Friday, August 22nd, our top story, raiding the home of a Trump political opponent.
I'm Erik Bilstad. The FEMA flood assessments underway.
Storm team forecast, a high of 80 degrees today and mostly sunny skies. Now tonight, low down to 66 with a slight chance of a shower, maybe even an isolated thunderstorm mixed in there. Right now, Milwaukee is at 69 degrees. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, FBI is searching the Maryland home and Washington, D.C. office of former National Security Advisor John Bolton. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace.
Sources tell CBS News the searches are part of an investigation into the handling of classified documents. Bolton has not been detained or charged with any crime. He served as President Trump's national security advisor during Trump's first term, often clashing with the president over Iran, Afghanistan, and North Korea. The White House and the FBI are not commenting on the searches, but FBI Director Kash Patel did post on X, quote, "No one is above the law, FBI agents on mission."
Attorney General Pam Bondi posting online, America's safety isn't negotiable. Justice will be pursued always.
Day 2 is underway of FEMA working in southeast Wisconsin. Federal workers assessing the damage from severe flooding this month in the southern portion of the state.
The FEMA teams are going door to door in 3 counties, Milwaukee, Waukesha, and Washington. They're trying to talk with families to better understand the impact of our historic flooding.
We're asking them questions. How much water was in their home? Are they unable to live in their home because of the damage that was sustained?
FEMA Rep Cassie Cohn says if you're not home, that's okay. They're just trying to get a snapshot of the flooding's impact to see whether federal aid is needed.
So by understanding the amount of water in people's homes, whether they were able to pay for the repairs or not, that helps us understand, okay, if there's no other resources available, then potentially federal assistance might be needed.
Jessica Tai, WTMJ News.
$1 million to repair flooded Wauwatosa Park.
That's how much the Tosa Foundation is donating to support flood recovery efforts at Hart Park. The stadium parking lot, softball field, facilities, and green space were heavily damaged in the historic flooding earlier this month. The city of Wauwatosa is still evaluating the damage and coordinating repairs. Some areas reopened today, including the pedestrian bridge. Access to the park will reopen via 70th Street, but 72nd Street will remain closed. You can find the timelines for when other park amenities will reopen at WTMJ.com. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
The man found guilty of driving drunk and killing a 17-year-old girl in Waukesha late last year will spend 15 years behind bars. Jason Zehe. His alcohol level was recorded at more than 3 times over the legal limit when he crashed into Megan Voss's car. Voss was killed. Voss's sister Carly addressing Zehe directly during his sentencing hearing.
She would want me to pray for you. And in that, I will pray. I will pray that during your time, you think about her and you think about your life. I pray that every time you even stare at a liquor bottle, you think of her.
5 other counts against Zehe were dismissed in exchange for his guilty pleas.
The embattled chair of the Federal Reserve speaking today in Wyoming. Investors will be listening carefully for interest rate cut hints.
Last month, Fed Chair Jerome Powell said the central bank will make decisions
based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks.
He did not mention pressure from the White House, and President Trump's been vocal in calling on the Fed to cut interest rates. Powell speaks today in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Investors will watch closely for clues about whether the Fed goes forward with cutting interest rates as expected next month. Brian Clark, ABC News.
The numbers are looking good right now in the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow is up nearly 1.5%. It's up 662 to 45,447. The NASDAQ up more than 1%, up 281 to 21,383. Same thing with the S&P, up 78 to 64,49.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Sports, traffic, and weather next. Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time, 9:06.
Homer here. Whether you're cheering from the stands or watching the game from your backyard, every fan knows great moments deserve great vibes. Swing into Higher Love Cannabis Company in Menominee, Michigan. Just across the Wisconsin border, they offer a full line of high-quality, clean-grain, certified CBD products designed to help you relax, recover, and recharge no matter the season. Higher Love is organically grown, locally owned, and proudly one of the best in the Midwest. Visit them in Menominee or explore the full CBD lineup at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
Now that you're ready to purchase a new bike, do yourself a solid by stopping by one of our Wheel and Sprocket stores to test ride an electric bike, better known today as an e-bike. And let me tell you, these bikes are a game changer because you can ride a whole lot further without even breaking a sweat. We're talking 20 to 50 miles on a single charge. So even riding uphill comes with tons of thrills. But before you decide, stop by any of our Wheel and Sprocket locations first and let us explain in detail what e-bikes are all about. And once you're here, you'll find rows and rows of bikes in a bunch of different styles and colors for you to see, touch, feel, and even test ride. After all, here at Wheel and Sprocket, we love bikes, which is why bikes are all we do.
Visit wheelandsprocket.com for a location near you.
I'm Amelia Kegel with Wheel and Sprocket. Life is short. Enjoy your ride.
Hi, this is Rejuvenex founder Richard Salinas. And you know, I'm a consumer just like you. And my ears perk up for pain relief messages just like you. But some of these ads...
Since I started taking this natural supplement, within weeks, my pain is completely gone.
I mean, come on. Give me a break. The truth is, there are imbalances in your body causing your pain. And there's physical therapy, which we are highly skilled at, that can improve imbalances. And there are alternative pain solutions. But not all of them are proven, safe, effective, or affordable. At Rejuvenex, the effectiveness of Toradol joined with hyaluronic acid has been proven. Our treatments are affordable, FDA approved, safe, and they're powerful medicines. They calm inflammation and cushion joints, and they can make your pain go away.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Go to rejuvenex.com to request your free pain evaluation.
Accunet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 255368.
At Wisconsin's own Accunet Mortgage, our closing costs are typically $1,000 to $3,000 less than the banks or the mortgage guys with the Rocket for exactly the same rate. Find out how much you can save at accunet.com.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Brewers fans will gather Sunday at American Family Field, honoring the life and legacy of Bob Uecker. That'll be before and during the game against the Giants. Hall of Fame sportscaster Bob Costas will lead the celebration. Costas telling WTMJ's Wisconsin's Morning News he was in touch with Uecker as recently as days before his death back in January.
Even just as a play-by-play guy, he was fantastic. But then when you put that together with his unique personality and the bond he had for more than half a century throughout Wisconsin and in Brewer Nation as the voice of the team, that will never be equaled, never even approached again.
Fans attending Sunday asked to be in their seats no later than 12:15. Brewers radio network coverage of that celebration of life begins at 12:25 right here on WTMJ. And the Packers prepping for their final preseason game Saturday against the Seahawks at Lambeau Field.
WTMJ Time Saver traffic heads up 94 westbound west of the zoo. You're going to see some slowdown. So this is right around Highway 100. Left shoulder's blocked because of a crash there. So there's crews there that are kind of dealing with that. So because of it, a little bit of congestion. You'll get through it. The lanes are open, but it's definitely going to slow you down again just west of the zoo as you head west on 94. Elsewhere, just your typical construction delays on a Friday morning.
Your WTMJ forecast here, mostly sunny and warmer today, high of 80 degrees, with tonight just a slight chance of a shower, maybe even an isolated thunderstorm mixed in there, and a low down to 66. For Saturday morning, a slight chance of a shower early Then turning mostly sunny and breezy, high 78. Cooling off for Sunday. Sunday's high only 72 degrees under mostly sunny skies. And cooler still as we start the work week on Monday, mostly sunny and a high of 68. Right now, Milwaukee at 70.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts,
Erik Bilstad
and Vince Vitrano.
11 minutes after 9 o'clock here on WTMJ, Wisconsin's Morning News. Greg Pancake Hill produces the program. Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano with you. We've had Adam in the newsroom, and Debbie's been on traffic for us this Friday morning. Federal emergency management officials will be back out in neighborhoods across southeast Wisconsin today. They are, as we've been telling you this week, touring the estimated tens of millions of dollars in damage to homes, to businesses, to communities.
The damage was catastrophic, but you could only imagine what would have happened if the sewerage district and the city hadn't collaborated 20 years ago.
That is the mayor of Wauwatosa, Dennis McBride, on a big announcement on efforts to rebuild parts of Hart Park and how much worse it could have been for Wauwatosa in particular. Going to hear a little bit more from him in a moment.
Happening today.
First, what's going on with FEMA right now?
We are going door to door, knocking on doors, trying to talk to residents to better understand the impacts of the event on their home. We're asking them questions. How much water was in their home? Have they been, are they unable to live in their home because of the damage that was sustained? What sort of losses did they have in their homes? We just want to get a picture of what that impact was.
That is a spokesperson for FEMA. She is here in town in Milwaukee with dozens of agents. She joined Greg and Jessica on Wisconsin's Midday News. Agents were hitting the streets. They thought by yesterday afternoon was when they would be out. They were sort of coordinating how that effort was all going to play out. Her name is Cassie Cohn.
This is just a snapshot of the disaster's impact on the communities that we're gathering this week. FEMA does not need to visit every home to understand those impacts. We're lucky that the local officials have really been out on the ground since day one, collecting that information for us. We have a lot of that data already, and now we're going out to verify that information.
So Milwaukee County is coordinating all this. FEMA telling us they have 6 teams. They've broken these groups out of about 60 people or so into 6 teams. One each will be assigned to Waukesha and Washington counties. Another 4 teams are serving the damage in Milwaukee County. What I don't know is if you live outside, if you say you're in Walworth County where the damage was less widespread, but maybe some here or there, if we ultimately get this disaster declaration, can folks outside of the counties that FEMA is visiting right now still apply? I imagine they can.
I suppose that's why the state's pushing the 211 thing, right? If you call 211 or if you go to the website and fill out, put the address and the damage and all that, that's how they'd be able to know if and where you exist.
And they're telling homeowners, even if you got stuff handled on your own, it's still a good idea to fill out one of those damage estimates as well, damage reports, and hang on to any documents, any bills, document things yourself, take pictures, all of that stuff. Now, high praise from FEMA for our local officials and how they've been handling this so far. They say we've been out front. Usually they don't get on the ground until about 2 weeks in, so we're ahead of that schedule already. We had the Director of Emergency Management for Milwaukee County, Cassandra Liebel. She was on the show live with us on Thursday talking about how they're helping coordinate this for all of southeast Wisconsin. It's not happening fast enough for a lot of folks, and particularly if you have $10,000 of damage or whatever in your home and you've got to front that up, that cost up front, that's hard. Right. You want that check in your hands today.
Well, and I mean, we don't even know how much that check would be. Is that $1,000 or is it more? Is it less? I mean, there's no even way to venture a guess on what it could be, or if everyone just gets one, right? I mean, they gave no timeline and no estimate on what kind of funding would be provided.
It's all ultimately about getting this federal money in the pockets of those homeowners here. What do we have to do, though, to your point, demonstrate there's enough damage to justify a federal disaster declaration from President Trump, which would be forthcoming? That would free up the money. Cassie Cohn again from FEMA.
We are looking at a number of factors. There is no set dollar amount. There's no threshold that needs to be met. Really what our teams look at is, are there recovery resources already available from state and local governments, potentially private sector or nonprofit organizations? Or is there a gap that federal assistance may need to fill? We want to also understand, are there uninsured losses that people have sustained? What is the extent, severity, and magnitude of those losses? Will it take a long time to recover? And what is needed to help that recovery? And are federal resources needed for that recovery? That is really what we're out here trying to understand.
Well, the answer is yes.
Right.
There is definitely uninsured losses even those who are insured have uninsured losses. Trust me on that one.
I wrote yes to the answer to that question. I wrote lots to how much damage is there. I wrote yes to the answer of are there gaps. So there's a bit of redundancy that you sort of feel in this. Look, if we have documented this on the local level, if we've got video, we've got these damage estimates, we've got the reports and all of this stuff, like, do you really need to be here? It's their process. We come around and we look around and we talk to people, and that's how it all works. So what happens next after they complete their review? And agents are expected to be on the ground into next week. They will then send their findings on to the state of Wisconsin.
We'll be here as long as we're needed with our state and local partners to see what we need to see. All of that information, once it's collected, will then go back to the state. The state takes that, they do an evaluation, and they determine whether they're going to request that federal disaster declaration from FEMA.
Again, if your back is sore like Eric's is from ripping out floorboards and whatever else in the basement, or if you
having a hard time sitting in the chair,
you really are. You look awkward this morning. I know you've had to tear out a lot of stuff in your house, and if that's your house and you've had to front the bill here for a lot of expenses, right? This is not moving fast enough for you, but we've been assured that this is just how this works. Fortunately for us here in Wisconsin, doesn't happen too often that we need FEMA talking about federal disasters. You know, we don't have the big wildfires, we don't have hurricanes, we don't typically have earthquakes or nothing that would be catastrophic. So this is relatively rare for us here in our state, but that's what's happening. So you'd have all this information going to the state, and then you'd have Governor Evers basically making that formal request, and then you would have FEMA and President Trump ultimately declaring a federal disaster, and then that opens up, pardon the pun, the floodgates. I did mention Mayor McBride in Tosa off the top. This is interesting to me because I grew up in Wauwatosa, and he announced Thursday a $1 million donation from the Tosa Foundation as they are working to rebuild Hart Park. You've probably seen some of the most dramatic video in and around that area. The football field's destroyed. There's a softball field nearby that gets used all the time, and that was also ruined. And then some damage to buildings and other things. The mayor said something else interesting, though, about how much worse it could have been.
The retention ponds at the county grounds were also created at the same time, and the reason for those retention ponds was to save our village. They told us that unless those ponds were created, the next time we had a major flood event, the village retail district might disappear. And we didn't just have a 100-year flood, we had a 1,000-year flood. And without the retention ponds, we wouldn't be having Tosa Fest, we wouldn't be having anything in the village.
Interesting. He talked about, and I don't think it's an overstatement to suggest, the village area would be gone. Folks get confused sometimes. Wauwatosa is a city,
right?
That sort of downtown, if you will, right along the Menominee River, near Hart Park. Cafe Hollander is there.
That's the
Little Red Book.
Or the Red School or whatever.
Yes.
Whatever.
So all of that down there is what we have always called the village. And that's the area that some of the most dramatic pictures and video came from. That train bridge there that was covered in water. I mean, like over the tracks where the Menominee River flows underneath. So what the mayor was talking about is this old project, and over the years, the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewerage District has done a lot of flood abatement in that area. They did build the retention ponds out on the county grounds. You can sort of see some of them if you drive on, Swan Boulevard?
Yes.
And you get near the parkway there, you see the work that they've done. Also, the Deep Tunnel Project went through parts of that area. But they built out these retention ponds. They also, another thing they did, one of my best friends from high school, and we've talked to him on the show, Jeremy Scahill.
Oh, yeah.
Investigative journalist. Scahill lived in a house that's gone now because what MMSD did was came in through there and bought up a whole bunch of homes and basically bulldozed a neighborhood because the homes would flood all the time. And they wanted to find some place for the river to go in these situations where it would flood. So I think the mayor's on point saying, yeah, this was terrible. Could have been worse if we hadn't done all of this stuff. And it's hard to imagine how that could be. It is 9:20 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The 2025 Metro Builders Association Parade of Homes presented by Nuns. See 12 new homes by MBA builders in 2 Menominee Falls neighborhoods, Quietwood and Bella Vista Estates. See the latest new home designs, grand finishes, and cutting-edge features in convenient subdivision locations that offer exciting opportunities to build your dream home. Don't miss the Metro Builders Association Parade of Homes, August 9th through September 1st. For tickets and hours, visit mbaparadeofhomes.com today.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Hey, this August, you have a ticket to a cash carnival only at Potawatomi. Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik. My friends at Potawatomi Hotel Casino want to get you in the game. Play with your rewards card this month and earn entries to win your share of $300,000 in cash and prizes. $300,000. Prize drawings every Thursday through August 28th. Your fortune awaits. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel in Milwaukee. More info at potawatomi.com. Must be 21 years or older and a rewards member to play. See you at Potawatomi.
Christopher Mancuso here from Accurate Basement Repair. We know this is an incredibly difficult time for our community, and our hearts go out to everyone affected by the recent record flooding. Our team here at Accurate Basement Repair truly appreciate your patience as we try to respond to the overwhelming number of requests. We want to help all of our valued listeners, so please visit our website at accuratebasementrepair.com. That's accuratebasementrepair.com, and fill out your inspection request. Remember, you're not alone. Accurate Basement Repair is here to help. Thank you again for your patience. At 9:22, Wisconsin's Morning News, we had the historic flooding, and among other casualties was the final day of the Wisconsin State Fair, which had to be canceled. Refunds for folks who had tickets to the big headliner that night, but what if you're left holding one of those vouchers that you bought for cream puffs?
Who doesn't love taking a whole pile of cream and just scooping it up and eating it, right? And that's what we got with the cream puff.
State Fair trying to make it right today.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The cream puff drive-thru is on at the fairgrounds. The dairy building serving up those signature treats, and State Fair will honor those pre-bought vouchers that went unclaimed. Or you can buy today as well. Let's go back out live to WTMJ's Nazir Spencer, who's been at State Fair Park since about 7 this morning when they opened it up. Hi, Nazir.
What's up, guys?
What are you seeing out there?
So there's a lot of people coming through the west side of the dairy building to come in here and get their cream puffs. You can pre-order these, and I was talking to someone off record, and they were telling me they pre-order them as soon as they dropped the news on Facebook the other day. So they got their stuff right away, but it's looking good so far. Not any long lines or anything like that to that extent, but people are just getting in and out, same as earlier.
So it's been consistent, a steady flow of customers all morning long?
Yes, absolutely. There's just been people coming from all different areas. There have been people from Milwaukee. There's one lady from Appleton that came down actually to come all the way down here to get their cream puffs. Actually, it's a pretty fun story that she had.
What flavors are they offering today? The traditional, are they doing the chocolate or any of the others?
No, they're only doing the original ones. Mm-hmm. I'm sure the chocolate and the strawberry one would have been a little bit too much to prepare as alongside the original ones. So they're just doing the original ones, and but you can still come get them. Three to 6 packs. 3-pack is 15, and then I believe the 6-pack is 25.
Nazir Spencer, who was earlier this week our burgers correspondent. Now I guess
cream puff guy today.
Yeah,
nice.
Now cream puff
I wonder
guy.
what Monday will bring.
Cream puff guy today, he said. Yeah. Thanks, Nazir.
Yep,
if you want to go, you do have to get out of your car, and then you walk in the dairy building, enter through gates 4 or 5, and then you can park. And as he said, you can buy them today or use one of those vouchers.
You got to get over there.
I know.
We had some.
My wife said, she's like, we got to get out to the fair Sunday because we have one of these, cream puff things. Not that we don't like to go to the fair either way, but why did we pre-buy cream puffs? Like well, we did. So, all right. So I'm going to have to send her over there today. Or you think I'm going to get sent?
You're going.
Is that what's happening? You could probably rattle off about a half dozen or so easily microbreweries or your brew pubs, craft brewers that make their own beer locally. Some have come and gone. The trendsetter, though, for Milwaukee is celebrating 40 years this weekend with a big party.
So the company started in 1985. Randy Sprecher was a great brewer. He worked at Pabst and started the first craft brewery in Wisconsin since Prohibition and really made some great European German-style beer. And then at home, he would make this killer root beer for his daughter, Keisha. And somebody said, why don't you make that and commercialize it? Because adults and children come to the brewery tours, too.
And let me call it killer root beer. That's Sharad Chadha. He is president and CEO of Sprecher Brewing Company, now based in Glendale. And he and some other local investors bought the company from Randy Sprecher 2020, I believe, so about 5 years ago.
Okay.
But they've since really grown with production and distribution. And we spoke with him on Wisconsin's Morning News about not just making it to 40, which is what they're celebrating this weekend, but in those decades, not moving the company or simply, maintaining a storefront while you outsource the brewing of the beer. And you see this from time to time.
Yeah, all the time.
Miller's parent company, Molson Coors, brews for a number of other smaller brands as well. So they're still doing it at the Sprecher Brewery, which is now in Glendale. And I love what he told us about that.
I live in Shorewood. My wife was born and raised here. My son goes to Market High. Most of our investors live right nearby. We have grown. We've added 120 jobs. We've invested back in the community, and we're a community builder. We want to remain craft, independent, and local. We use locally sourced honey and all the flavors, and the packaging comes from Green Bay. Bottles are made in Arda Glass in Burlington, Wisconsin. So we try to create jobs here because we have the best, fire brewed root beer in the world. Why not every American gets a taste of it, and we make it right here in Glendale, Wisconsin, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Yeah, that's the goal.
And what a breath of fresh air. How do you not hear that and not smile? Hearing him say these great things and investing back in and creating this, adding jobs, all good.
Now, I promised you a party, right?
Yes.
So Sunday at the brewery, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. in Glendale, free to attend. Bands, tours, indoor and outdoor seating. They got food, 80s-themed events because the brewery was born in 85.
Yep.
They're going to have plenty of Sprecher root beer and the other sodas.
Now, what is this music we're listening to?
Das ist gut, nein?
All right.
Hopefully the music's better. I don't know what. We're very busy in the morning. This is
That's fine.
Best I could do on short
That's
notice.
good.
If you want more details on the big party for Sprecher, you can text beer to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line. That's beer to 855-616-1620. I will have producer Greg Hill send you a link to all that. So happy birthday to Sprecher Brewing, celebrating 40 years in Wisconsin.
Gibt's irgendwas zum Feiern, dann seien die zwei dabei. Meine Mutter und mein Vater, die zwei, die seien ein Hit. Sie singen und sie tanzen, ans Heimgehen denken's nicht.
Welcome to The Knowledge Brokers, a weekly feature covering the dynamics of the insurance market, how it affects Wisconsin businesses and residents. Sponsored by the original knowledge broker, R&R Insurance. Joining me today is Jeff Salasinski, Executive Vice President of Insurance Operations. Jeff, we've discussed buying insurance on price alone, the risk that comes with that. Can you be more specific for folks listening? Some of the examples that you shared before we were here on the air, very interesting.
Sure, Vince. Always great to be here. Price is always important, and our firm can always get a competitive price for a business. But this is a balance, and you have to be mindful of some of the trade-offs and some of the consequences. We see many business insurance policies that, in our opinion, are designed improperly, limits that are not enough to get you back in business after a loss. Property insurance limits, umbrella limits, and cyber limits are often inadequate as well. Not being offered or choosing not to buy certain important coverages as well can devastate a business. Flood insurance is frequently overlooked. Vince, I've said it before, low prices are great, but I can tell you that nothing stings like finding out you are uninsured or not adequately insured after a loss.
So, Jeff, what's the primary takeaway here for the audience?
It's important you work with a partner that understands insurance coverage in depth and can market your business to ensure you're getting a competitive price as well. You can have both.
So why should a business or a family work with R&R Insurance?
At R&R Insurance, we understand insurance coverage and dynamic market conditions. We understand how to present your account to an underwriter in the most favorable light. and R&R has been helping clients for almost 50 years. If you're looking for a better insurance purchasing experience, we'd love to speak with you. At R&R Insurance, we know business insurance.
That's Jeff from R&R Insurance. Thanks for the great info, Jeff.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell signaling that the Fed is open to cutting interest rates, but he's given no indication of the timing. That happened during a speech in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Wall Street rallying on that news. Famine now official in Gaza.
This is a 59-page report which has been published by the Global Monitor for Food Security. It's called the IPC, and they have 5 phases for food insecurity, and they say Gaza has now reached the 5th stage, the most acute level.
ABC's James Longman. President Trump saying minutes ago he didn't know anything about the apparent raid at the home of his former national security advisor, John Bolton. Federal agents said to be looking into the possibility that he was in possession of classified records. A person familiar with the matter has confirmed Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has signed an order authorizing the latest National Guard troops arriving in Washington, D.C. to carry weapons. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:31. Another day of work for 6 teams of FEMA workers out conducting flood damage assessment across southeast Wisconsin. 4 teams in Milwaukee County and 1 each in Waukesha and Washington counties.
The work FEMA is doing right now is a crucial step in the disaster recovery process. It helps determine the extent of our flooding damage and whether Wisconsin would qualify for a presidential disaster declaration.
So there's already been extensive work done to understand the impacts of this event, and now we're really coming out to verify that at the federal level.
Cassie Cohen from FEMA joined us on Wisconsin's Midday News. What do you need to see as far as damage in order for there to be a presidential disaster declaration?
There is no set dollar amount. There's no threshold that needs to be met. Really what our teams look at is, are there recovery resources already available from state and local governments, or is there a gap that federal assistance may need to fill?
Jessica Tai, WTMJ News.
Wisconsin congressman sharing his story of saving an 11-year-old boy's life on the freeway. While traveling through Iowa last weekend, Derek Van Orden sprang into action after a terrible crash. He's a congressman from the southwest part of Wisconsin. He said he used items from his own vehicle to provide medical aid, telling Wisconsin's Afternoon News.
More and more people started showing up heroically. They were so awesome. I'm so proud to be American. And I asked if anybody had a knife. They handed me a carpet knife, and I cut the seatbelts into pieces long enough to make tourniquets. So we made a tourniquet for his arm and one for his leg, and that stopped the bleeding completely, which is what had to happen.
Congressman Van Orden said he visited the boy in the hospital days later, and the boy was in stable condition.
Another school district planning to close some buildings amid declining enrollment. Kosciuszko and Jones Elementary Schools in Cudahy going to shut down at the end of the school year under a plan the school board will lay out next Tuesday. The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reports aging infrastructure is cited as one of the reasons for the closures. District-wide enrollment in Cudahy has gone down by about 200 students since 2021.
Wisconsin State Fair, you'll recall, during the flooding had to cancel the last day of the fair. They are accepting today vouchers for the cream puffs that folks may have had, and you can buy them as well today, a special drive-through. Carol telling WTMJ she wanted to make sure she and her family took advantage after that Sunday of the fair was canceled.
We were headed up here. We got to Union Grove. My son looked at the site, and he says, Ma, they closed State Fair. I said, no, I love State Fair. It's been my second home since childhood.
The Cream Puff event runs through 5 o'clock tonight.
News about your money. Is it possible we could see an interest rate cut? Jerome Powell seems to be suggesting that could happen, and stocks are enjoying that. The Dow is up nearly 1 3/4, up 778 to 45,564. The Nasdaq is up 1 3/4, up 365 points to 21,465, and the S&P is also up 93 to 64,63.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WTMJ time saver traffic. Checking the roadways here. 94 eastbound, Highway 16 through the zoo and into downtown. That is looking good. That should be about a 17-minute ride. Heads up 94 west, just west of the zoo. There was an accident blocking the shoulder near Highway 100. It's fine. It's not going to really cause much issue, but it is there. So just you had seen some brake lights in that stretch. Elsewhere, looking good. Even with the road work, things are moving pretty good at the moment.
Your WTMJ forecast. Just a slight chance of a shower or isolated thunderstorm tonight with a low down to 66. Today's high under mostly sunny skies, 80 degrees. Slight chance of a shower lingering into Saturday morning and then turning mostly sunny and breezy with a high 78. Cooling off for Sunday. Sunday's high just 72. It will be mostly sunny and 68. The high temperature on Monday under mostly sunny skies. Milwaukee at 72.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. My wife recently had a major accident that involved her back. I felt blessed and lucky because Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin is on our side. She's on the way to healing. They've got the best imaging and best doctors, the best systems, and the best way of taking care of you. They've got experts when it comes to things like shoulders, knees, and hips. And it's not always surgery. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin will take care of you from beginning to end. Go to their website, ohow.com, ohow.com. Request an appointment. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 16 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Hey, value shoppers, Fleet Farm's having another 3-day bucket sale. Here's how it works. Pick up a 5-gallon Fleet Farm bucket for only $3.99. Then save 15% on everything you can fit inside. That's right. Any qualifying items that fit in the bucket are 15% off. So stop in and save during Fleet Farm's bucket sale, August 22nd through the 24th. And check out even more deals in our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
One of the breaking stories we've been following this morning, happening right now, federal agents searching the home of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. Bolton and Trump have been at odds for several years after they worked together for a short time. It wasn't the majority of his first term in office. Meanwhile, ABC's Jonathan Karl has more on what's happening right now.
Federal agents descending upon his home. They conducted the search. He was not at home. Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News that the FBI carried out this search, and they did it related to allegations that Bolton is in possession of classified records.
Now, Bolton had written a book, In the Room Where It Happens, a couple of years ago about his time working with the Trump administration the first term. And I remember that there was some frustration and some accusations that maybe some of what was written in the book was classified information. A little bit more from Jonathan Karl.
While the search was underway, FBI Director Kash Patel posted on social media, "No one is above the law. FBI agents are on a mission." Now, some people would say that mission is retribution. Bolton had become a prominent critic of President Trump. The administration had already stripped him of his security detail despite an ongoing threat from Iran.
So the president is expected to hold an Oval Office announcement at 11 this morning Central Time. Have no idea what that's about or if it's connected to this, but we have already heard from the commander-in-chief this morning on the Bolton thing.
The president was speaking with reporters. It wasn't like anything scheduled. He was just, as he is wont to do from time to time, taking questions on his way to something. So I have a quote here. I don't have the audio, but he was asked about the Bolton situation. He claims he didn't know. Said, "Don't know about it." This is a quote from President Trump. "Don't know about it. Saw it on television this morning. Not a fan. He's sort of a lowlife. He's a very quiet person, except on television if he can say something bad about Trump. Not a smart guy, could be very unpatriotic guy. We're going to find out, unquote. That is from the President of the United States on the Bolton situation. So he claims he didn't know. I don't know about that.
Right. I mean, you would anticipate at some point today we'll likely learn more information, but it would appear that it would have something to do with classified information that perhaps could have been at his house or was allegedly at his home.
Coming up, liquid gold stolen from Wisconsin. It is the subject of the Pancake Breakfast Special. That story is next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Soak up summer days at the ballpark while they're still here. Be here when the Brewers host the Giants, August 22nd through the 24th. Lead off the weekend with Stranger Things theme night arriving Friday the 22nd. From there, collect a legendary Bob Uecker golf umbrella giveaway for the first 25,000 fans on Saturday the 23rd. And if this series couldn't get any better, it's the return of Willie Adames to American Family Field. Get your seats today at brewers.com/tickets.
Chiro is for kids, too. Vince Vitrano here for Connect Chiropractic. When I'm in the office, in fact, just happened yesterday as I was out to see Dr. Alex Young and his team, I often see young kids, even infants, getting their adjustments. It was a whole family coming out of the office in Oak Creek just yesterday. I talked with Zach, and his daughter has cystic fibrosis. Zach has regular care now with Connect Chiropractic for his daughter, says it's improved her tummy issues, immune system, even her mood and tone. Made her life better, healthier, more comfortable. Dr. Alex treats children of all ages, even infants, my fellow patients. Sometimes it's an entire family that will make chiropractic care part of their health care plan. And no worries about the twisting, cracking, and popping, even with the little ones. All the adjustments are with a pain-free, stress-free, and effective tool that is kid-friendly. In Wauwatosa, Delafield, and now Oak Creek, Go Connect Chiro. That's GoConnectChiro.com.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for Tri-County Contracting. You've heard about Tri-County Contracting and their worry-free roof tune-up. You've heard about their instant roof quote. But don't forget, Tri-County Contracting also handles windows. Our project at my home moving right along right now, and the process has been so easy and thorough. It's nice when you can trust the team you're working with and know that they are looking out for you. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. It's worry-free roofing, siding, and also windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Immediately following the program, we head up and start game planning for the next day, the week ahead. A lot of great ideas out there don't actually make it into the daily rundown of the show. Greg Pancake Hill is the producer of the program. Got his nickname Pancake because he used to work at this joint called the Pancake House on the south side. So we asked Pancake to whip up a little something with the leftovers in a segment we call the Pancake Breakfast Special.
What about breakfast?
You've already had it.
We've had one, yes. What about second breakfast?
So I've been asked once or twice if this segment is about breakfast, which can't be mad at based on the branding. And I have to laugh and say, no, it's not. However, today, it kind of is. There's been a heist, fellas. No, it's not the Cracker Barrel logo. Easy, but it's...
It is of interest to the Pancake.
It is, and it's local. Let me tell you, it is a really sticky situation. Now, we go out to Wausau, Wisconsin. This story out of the Wausau Pilot, the newspaper out there. A criminal complaint has been filed in Marathon County accusing a New York woman of stealing, get ready for this, over $100,000 worth of maple syrup. Yes, indeed. A criminal complaint filed in August accuses one Maria J. Luis of the theft of a Rib Falls maple syrup provider. Now, according to the complaint, the syrup provider was contacted by someone representing Levy Restaurants, which is a legit chain, a restaurant chain supply company, yet they still ordered 2,160 gallons of maple syrup, which goes for $50 a gallon, which comes out to, doing the math real quick, $108,000. Yes. So an agreement was made to purchase this syrup. There was a 15-day period of payment, and off the semi-truck went. And of course, after 15 days, nobody paid. Yes, indeed. So further investigations found that some of the stolen syrup was at an Amish store in Pennsylvania. The owner of that store said he bought it from a syrup dealer, who bought it from another dealer, who bought it from another broker that they gave a check to for $33,900. Yes, indeed. So now that check was given to a company called Corp, which was a business account linked to a Maria Louise. Maria still remains at large today as officials continue to search for her, which an unloading of $100,000 worth of syrup in this, this was filed in March and it's August 22nd. Still can't find one Maria Louise. So things not all sunny side up for a Rib Mountain maple syrup dealer. Now here's something interesting. Later in the article from the Pilot, the suspect supposedly created a fake purchase order featuring Levy watermark, the company's logo, and a digital signature listing a delivery address in Bronx, New York. Okay, pretty simple, but investigators found that that address was not linked to any Levy restaurant group. Another investigation, you're going to love this if you work in IT, found that the syrup dealer was the Rib Mountain syrup provider was dealing with had emails that were both riddled in grammatical errors and misspellings, which again, every IT person starts to laugh. And I don't mean to laugh because that really, really stinks, but again, when it's too good to be true, probably isn't true at all.
Please to deliver your maple syrup of high quality to my restaurant.
Honestly, they said that's kind of what it was elusive to. So again, we feel for you. It stinks when a local company, especially here in Wisconsin, is missing a big shipment. However, investigations are underway, and hopefully that we can figure this out and get some justice here to Wausau, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, one of the top maple syrup producing states in the nation. In the top 5. I think we're number 4 right now.
That sounds
How about that? $50 a gallon.
That's what it's going for.
You know what Eric's grinning at? Do you know where I'm going with this? $50 a gallon for maple syrup.
Because we get upset at gas for $2.25.
Gas tops $3 a gallon, and we lose our minds.
And I want to pay more.
This literally grows in trees.
Hey, before we get out of here, one more homage to Mr. Baseball before Sunday's big day.
We see you out there making the most of every moment, one big, bright idea at a time. At Blaine's, we're glad to be part of it by offering best-in-class products and solutions at unbeatable farm and fleet prices. Like men's and women's area jeans, 25% off, $5 off men's Dickies jeans starting at $24.99, and 20-inch Beyond Breeze box fans, $18.99 while supplies last. Rewards members save an extra $3. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here for Comfort Awnings. I reclaimed my outdoor space with a beautiful retractable awning from Comfort Awnings. It's really the best of both worlds. You can enjoy the summer sun and extend your awning when you need a little bit of shade. It's completely customizable too. They're available with remote controlled operation and get this, sensors that retract it when it detects strong winds. You don't want that pulling off, and extends it when it detects rain. Comfort Awnings are also a deterrent against UV radiation. Right now, get $200 off all awnings and screens. You can call Comfort Awnings for your free estimate at 414-Awnings or visit comfortawnings.com.
All you have is one chance after an accident, one decision on who to call, one shot to get the help you need. Don't waste it on the one offer you get from your insurance company. Make the one call to Gruber offices. It's the only one you'll need to make. Call us today. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
I'm living the life that I lived before I started having knee pain 10 years ago.
Meet Julie, a woman who makes the most of every moment in life. But over the last years, those moments were filled with agonizing pain until she discovered QC Kinetics.
Finally, the pain got so bad that people around me are like, oh, when are you getting your knee replaced? I was walking, hobbling. I listened to my last QC Kinetics commercial and I said, I'm done. I got to find out about this.
What Julie found out was that QC Kinetics treats pain associated with osteoarthritis with regenerative therapy, taking your body's own healing properties and concentrating them in the areas where you feel pain, helping heal and restore those damaged areas. No harmful steroids, surgery, or downtime.
It changed how I'm living. I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
Get back your life before the pain. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
Hey, looking for some great ideas of stuff you can still do this summer or even into the fall? I've got you covered. WTMJ's John Mercure here. The show is Experience Wisconsin. We do just that. We experience Wisconsin from north to south, from east to west. Saturdays at 1 o'clock right here on WTMJ. On this week's show, a couple really cool things happen at the Walworth County Fairgrounds. You might want to get on your calendar. And we head south to one of my favorite places. It is Lake Geneva. It's Saturday at 1 right here on 620 WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Sunday, we mentioned, will be the celebration of life for Bob Uecker that all of us can share in, whether you're in person at the game at American Family Field or listening along with us here on WTMJ. We spoke with Bob Costas, the legendary broadcaster and longtime friend of Bob Uecker, earlier this morning on the show. Costas is going to serve sort of as an MC for the event at AmFam.
He talked a little bit about what it's going to be like ahead of the game.
Well, there will be videos, which will be very entertaining, that kind of trace us around the bases from home plate and then back to home again in the various Bob's life. Bob the player, and no one ever capitalized on futility to the extent that Bob did. So Bob the player, then Bob the broadcaster, Bob the entertainer with Johnny Carson and the movies and the commercials and all the rest, and Bob's connection to his home state of Wisconsin and his adopted hometown of Milwaukee and the Milwaukee that. And there'll be people on the stage who I will speak with, and Brian, who will be immediately recognizable to everybody in the ballpark.
So what you were saying there at the end, that Brian Anderson sounds like he'll be part of that, and he said there'll be people we're speaking with who are immediately recognizable. So you would imagine there'll be some well-known baseball greats in town for that event on Sunday.
Our Brewers Radio Network coverage will begin at 12:25, so early on Sunday, so that you can listen along to some of the ceremonies.
So in honor of Uke and Mr. Baseball on the special day on Sunday, here's a look back at some of the most memorable Mr. Baseball calls.
The arm is back. Here he comes. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Goodbye, Detroit. Hello, New York. Hi, Raleigh Fingers. What a job he is being mobbed by his teammates. He's done it. 3,000 for Robin. 39 straight for Molitor. On a two-run blast by Swaim to win it. Oh, my goodness. Holy cow. Do you believe it? A swing and a drive to center. Robin chasing. Long run. He's got it with a diving catch. And Nieves has made history here in Baltimore. And the Brewers have won. They are going to the playoffs. Banners are streaming down from the upper reaches of Miller Park. Oh, what a shot by Fielder. Look out, here he comes. They're waiting at home plate for him. He took a running jump on the whole pile. He could have taken everybody down with him, and he almost did. He's ready, and delivers. Morgan, a smash up the middle. Base hit to center. Here comes Gomez. Around third. A throw, and the Brewers win. The Brewers are moving on. The Central Division champions. Ryan Braun sends it to left center and deep. Get up! Get out of here! Gone! For Ryan Braun! He just hit a walk-off out of here! Here it is. Yelich knocks one to the gap in right center. This could be the one. He's going to be held to a double. He's trying for three. He's going to do it. Get down. He's in there. Wow. They're on their feet here. So are we. 5-4 Brewers in the ninth. 1-0. Swinging fly ball right center on the warning track at the wall. Leaping and caught by Lorenzo Cain. And this one is over. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. He just hit a walk-off out of here. That didn't take long at all. Get up, get up, get out of here and gone. Get up in that upper deck, get out of here and gone. Oh, my. How do you top this one? Holy cow, do you believe it? It is a very sad time for me. For I have been here as a fan, as a player, and for the last 30 years as a broadcaster. But tonight is the final curtain. It's time to say goodbye. We will never forget you for what was, will always be. So long, old friend. And good night, everybody.
A buck doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin. The buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Come on into Tyson's, more for you.
Hey, Rippin', big news.